1. The county clerk has confirmed the roll, and all members are present either in person this evening or on Zoom. So the first items on our agenda are the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Supervisor Powers. If you could please all stand and join me and face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the invocation by Supervisor Powers.
Grant to us, O Creator, the wisdom to think and do always those things that are right, that we who cannot exist without you may be enabled to live and work for the good of our citizens. Heal and protect those people who are suffering in our state, in our nation, and around the world. Amen.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next item on the agenda is a motion to adopt this evening's agenda. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Albright.
I move to adopt this evening's agenda.
There's a motion and a second to adopt this evening's agenda. Any discussion? Do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, and that's the time during each agenda in which we give an opportunity for the public to speak on any item on this evening's agenda or any item under county jurisdiction. But before we open that up, I just want to make sure all the public is aware that we'll effectively have two opportunities for the public to speak. On every agenda, we always have an open forum, which I'm about to open. But we also, tonight, we have a public informational hearing related to the redistricting process. So later on in the agenda, you'll hear some information and presentation, and then once again, there'll be opportunity from anyone from the public to speak on anything related to the redistricting process. So I just want to make sure everyone was aware of that. You certainly can speak during either time, but just making sure you're aware of that process this evening. Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Is the county board size in with the redistricting?
So that's a good question. So they are related but separate. The county board size is one step in the redistricting process. It's one of our first steps. So the public informational hearing is to provide information and hear from the public. The only voting one related to redistricting tonight would be in regards to the county board size. To answer your question? Very good. Okay, so we're going to open it up to the public for the open forum. We do have a mic in the back of the room. If there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak this evening, they can step to the mic. It's straight in the back in the middle. And if they could state their name and address for the record, please. We also have a sheet up there. If you could write your name and your address on it, that certainly would be wonderful. But please, go right ahead.
Good evening. Is this on? It is. Okay, thank you. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to address the board here. I'm Dale Youngquist. I'm from Fox Crossing. I happen to be the village president. And I will read my comments, and I will not come back for the second shot at this. I didn't realize there was a second shot. So while recommendations to reduce the number of Winnebago County Board supervisors have been floating for quite some time, it seems the current proposal is based on data from studies of at least 15 years ago. No action was taken following the 2010 census. Now there seems to be a big rush to reduce the number of supervisors from 36 to 28, which is 22.2%. To arbitrarily reduce the number of supervisors without a plan of the proposed new districts in place does not make sense to me at all. Of the 72 counties in Wisconsin, only 11 have more residents per district than Winnebago. It means 60 of them have less. I cannot believe the board is being asked to reduce its numbers without a well-defined plan in place. A 22.2% reduction of board members results in a nearly 29% increase in the number of residents represented by each supervisor. If a thorough current study were conducted and a reduction of the number of supervisors were deemed appropriate, a more gradual adjustment would certainly be an alternative to consider. Certainly, the board that was in place during 2010 must have had reasons for not acting on a proposed reduction other than simply being lazy. I attempted to speak by telephone at the hearing hosted by the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee August 9th, but was not permitted to unmute by the meeting host. However, I was able to hear comments of those presenting. I was puzzled by the statements of a couple individuals that the size of the Winnebago County Board is an embarrassment and a topic of ridicule. I'm surprised these individuals worry about the opinions of other counties. What is relevant is that the size of the board should be appropriate to properly serve all residents of Winnebago County. The correct size may be less than, greater than, or exactly 36. A better study is necessary, and a plan of implementation should be in place before action is demanded of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker, and if you could please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Richard Bast, 51 Cherry Park Court.
Thank you.
I wanted to speak on two things. One is the size of the board. I think that it's a mistake to increase the number of members per board. As it is, there is some difficulty in getting people to reply when asking questions of board members through communications like email. And from what I understand is, it seemed like a non sequitur that one of the items that I had read was to make the board more responsive. Well, if there's more people per board member, how can you be more responsive? So that's the one point I had there. The other point I had was for the Sheriff's Office for funding for a quarantine isolation area. I'm not liking the way that it's written out. I know it's kind of picky, but I think that it should be reworded to indicate that it is for the inmates and not leave it open to interpretation. So I'm not sure how that gets dealt with on how you do your board business, but I'm recommending that that be done, because I've spoken with some people and they were confused, the purpose behind that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. And just so everyone is aware, what we'll do, we'll take public comments first from everyone who's present in person, and then we'll move to Zoom for anyone from the public who may be interested to speak this evening too, just so everyone's on the same page on how we'll proceed. Please, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name's Lydia Lyons. I live at 935 Greenfield Trail in Oshkosh. I am against going from 38 to 26 members. We have 173,965 people that live in Winnebago County. The population's only growing. I would like to see we have more people that want to listen to our voices. We do vote you guys in. We would like to be able to have open records. There's not a whole lot of people that were even aware that this is happening in Winnebago County. I spoke with neighbors, I spoke with around people at my job that are from Neenah, from Menasha, from Winneconne, from Omro. They come all over. I work at the prison. Nobody's even aware that this is happening. So it definitely needs to be made more aware so people can speak. Also, there was a Facebook, and we know social media is a big thing nowadays, for the people to vote on this resolution, and we had 75.93% of the people said no, they do not want this to happen. And 14% said maybe, 9 said yes, 9, okay? I would highly recommend, with the population, and the population's growing, we got Oshkosh almost going into Amarillo almost going into Winnebago County. Our population is consistently growing. With that type of population, I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk. Do you have something to say? I know you're shaking your head no, it's not growing. I know the amount of people that come into our prison system every day, and they get released back into Oshkosh, right into Oshkosh and the group homes. So I do know that the population is growing. I would like to say I'm against this. I know a lot of people that are against it, and I also know a lot of people who would know nothing about it. It needs to be more aware before you guys try to take a vote. We have 173,000 people, and I do believe that has been a growth from the following years. So in that, I will say that, and I also do want to agree with the gentleman prior. We do need to try to make it a little bit more understanding to the public when we say quarantine areas, that they are quarantine areas for the inmates. You might get a little bit more of a response from the people who voted you guys in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? And if you could please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Jim Erdman, 2492 Hickory Lane, Town of Oshkosh.
Thank you.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm here to speak to the county board size reduction. I think you got a memo from our town board here, and we take this very seriously. Reducing the county board size was addressed in 2006, 15 years ago, and now it's being revisited here. And initially, the idea of reducing the county board size sounds like a reasonable effort to increase efficiency, decrease government, and save money. The governing elected bodies of Wisconsin are some of the largest in the country, these county boards, and cutting the board size would reduce the number of paychecks. We do have large boards, and there's nothing wrong with that. And regardless of, it's been said that because of the large board size, you're not getting a lot of people running at election time. It's not really an issue. There's people sitting back there watching, and don't worry, if there's nobody going to run, there's people that know who they are. They'll be they'll run if they know nobody else is running, or they'll be appointed. You always find somebody here, so you get good representation in these districts. And the judicial, you guys do a good job here. You got a committee system, and then your committee recommendations go to the county board. Usually stuff is hashed out in committee. It's really it's efficient and pretty effective here. However, in this situation, it just happens to be our urban-rural issue, basically what it is on this county board size reduction. And it happens to be that because of most of the issues, there's more probably interest in the urban people being on the judicial committee. You have all your people on the judicial committee here are on urban areas. I think one of them represents a portion of a rural area. So the committee here in this situation is really stacked or whatever. So in this situation, I think it's very unfair to just not look at this and say, yeah, committee knows what they're doing, accept their recommendation. Each supervisor needs to look at this issue, because it's just the way it turned out, that the committee, judicial committee in this situation is stacked for the urban areas. And county board size reduction comes with downsides. There'll be less discussion and review of issues. Right now, you think, oh my God, we talk hours about this stuff. Why is that necessary? It doesn't really hurt anything. What happens is, yeah, the more time is spent, but your tax dollars aren't spent as fast, and stuff really is talked out. There's nothing wrong with that. Supervisors, if you have a smaller board, they're going to serve on more committees, responding to even more emails, phone calls, and letters. It may have an adverse effect here, and less people will want to take these jobs. These are part-time jobs. You're not paid a lot. Might help if you put the per diem up a little bit. It would help maybe to get more people interested. But if you make the district larger, many qualified people that are running now maybe say, this is too much. I don't have time to serve. Placing salaried, if you have less supervisors, you may not have enough people to be on all these committees. What do you do then? Take staff from these departments and put them on committees? Placing salaried bureaucrats on committees is expensive and it's bad governing. The elected officials need to set the policy, not the bureaucrats. Bureaucrats should be administering policy set by the elected officials representing the people. Supervisors would represent more people, thereby centralizing power with fewer voices. There's, not saying it couldn't happen, but there's more opportunity when you have a smaller board to be a good old boys club, walking quorums, just more opportunity for it to happen. Not saying it, accusing anybody that it would. I mean, and a lot of your issues are, especially land use issues, they're very local. Local in that neighborhood. For the whole county, is it a big issue? Not really, but for that particular property or locality, it's a big issue. And if you got more supervisors, you're probably gonna have the one supervisor that's his neighborhood. He has to answer those people. They're more familiar with that issue than if you have a smaller board representing a bigger area. At one time, all the town chairmen in the state were on the county board. It was a different system, with more like a Senate, where 2 senators are from Rhode Island and 2 are from California. When it went to 1 person, 1 vote, like the Assembly, that was lost. And now it's there's some towns that don't even have their own supervisor. 1 supervisor may represent more than 1 town, just the way it is. And today, each supervisor represents about 4,000 people. 1 voice representing a larger area means the rural residents would be heard less. There would be less voices on an issue with land use, mainly from the rural areas. With these 6 ramifications, please leave the county board size 36 as it stands to retain fair, open, honest governing in Winnebago County. You guys do a good job the way it is, and I don't see why we should change it. Please leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. And if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Bob Schmeichel. I'm the Town of Neenah Chairman. I'm also the chairman for all the towns in Winnebago County by Wisconsin Towns Association. Different counties obviously have different numbers, each county. So what? Each county has to manage what they have in their county the best they can. I think Winnebago County has managed what they have quite adequately. I look around here, and there's very good minds on our County Board of Supervisors. I also look at the front table, and I see County Planning and Zoning. County Planning and Zoning is there for a reason. Planning. If you don't plan, you plan for failure. I have not, and I don't think the Towns Association have not seen anything in a planning type of format for the reduction of the number of supervisors. Now, I was in private business for a long time. I managed 110 people. I always said to my people, how you talk to the people up front is you're the face of the company. Each one of you are the face of the company, Winnebago County. I'm not going to data dump. Dale's a good friend of mine. He gave you statistics. Jim's a good friend of mine. He's got some great ideas. He's passionate. You have passionate people on your board. But I would tell you this. when I was in the service, they would say, and I had been trained to be an officer, good initiative, poor judgment, you're dead. I would tell you, I'd leave with you, good initiative, don't rush to judgment without planning. Give us something to see. Give us the towns for representation. There are peoples that are not represented properly. There are peoples that even haven't come to our town meetings that are sitting right here. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Hi, John Hins, 137 Brockway Avenue, Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
8 days ago, I went to the judicial, I think it's the judicial board meeting, and I was shocked. Right in front of me, county board supervisors said, we acted before a citizen's petition could go through to have a referendum to reduce our board. We had to cut it off. I'm sorry, that's not governing. That's ruling by tyranny. When you say you're doing it to prevent people from speaking and prevent people from having their say on how this elected body should be, that's not the way it should be. And rushing this through right now, and whether the time constraints are there or not, it feels like it's being rushed through. The one meeting, the one public hearing on this, I was able to go to because fortunately, or unfortunately, my employer isn't open on Mondays because he's still trying to recover from COVID. So I was actually able to go to that meeting and hear that said, and it totally blew me away. If you want to move forward and you want to reduce the size of this board, you need to at least wait 1 year, or well, 2 years would be the next election cycle, but make a decision within a year. I serve as the chairman of the City of Oshkosh Plan Commission. We require neighbors to be notified of things that directly affect them. There are no notifications going out to people in Winnebago County about the reduction of the county board. In the 8 days since that meeting, I've talked to no less than 24 people. Not one of them knew about this. Not one. So when I did tell them about it, then they're like, well, that's like the county's just doing what they want to do. They don't care about us. How do you fix that? You say, hey, we're going to take a year. We're going to get the public involved in this. We want to hear from the public. We want to know what they think. They're the people we represent. And I think that you should all remember that more public participation is good governing. Because you're here to represent the people you're here to be here on behalf of. And if, and I'm not saying this as an endorsement, but I'm saying if you do decide to vote to reduce the number of board members, you need to take it upon yourselves to ensure that every member of this Board of Supervisors participates in a commission or a board. You want to talk about more representation for the rural districts? Well, those rural members should be serving on boards and commissions. That way their people have a voice and they're participating in governing this county. So just a few things to think on. We need to let people know what's going on. A lot of people that I've informed about this feel like it's just being rushed through, and I don't think it should be rushed through. I think you owe it to the people you represent to take your time and make this decision with their input. And if you do make a decision tonight, please make sure that all of our representatives are more active and take part in what goes on with the Board of Supervisors at every level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Hello, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Sid Opperman, 4608 County Road E, Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
So as I sit here and watch you guys, your body language, I know each and every one of you that are paying attention to who's coming up to the podium. You that are got your backs turned, playing on your phones, you don't care what the public wants to say. You got your backs turned. I'm a former Winnebago County employee. I served 19 years, 8 months, okay? I was forced into retirement, okay, which means I was not able to reach my 20-year clock, which I was looking very forward to, but unfortunately, they backdated my retirement stuff, so it fell short of 20 years. But as I stand here, since the Winnebago County employees no longer have a union, you guys can dictate whatever you guys want to do to them, you know? And I understand that you guys need bodies right now. Every committee meeting I go to, every one of you guys, it comes up that you guys can't get employees. It's simple. It's simple to get employees back. You know, when I first started 20 years ago, we had decades of families that worked with Winnebago County, and they were proud to work for Winnebago County. Their father would work, their kids would come and work as seasonals, their kids would go to school, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, oh wow, Winnebago County ain't such a bad place to work. And all of a sudden, you know, there's 2 generations working there. You got people that worked here 40 years or more. And you guys do not treat them like they should be treated. You guys sit up here, you judge on what goes on in the county, and you guys can't take care of what you have. You know, I'll give you one example. My son is newly married, and their money is tight. I went to Farmers Feeding America at Oshkosh West, right? When I pulled up there, you know what I seen? I seen 8 or 9 guys from Winnebago Highway Department loading cars. That is after they were done work. And that was a day that they spent 12 hours in a truck plowing snow on 41, all the townships. You guys don't see that. As a Winnebago County employee, I've seen it. I've seen people at Oshkosh Human Services that worked there 40 years. I worked second shift. I started out with the highway shop. I moved to facilities and property management. When I started going to buildings, there was a lady there that was with the county for 40 years. 4:30, click, everybody runs out, but she didn't. She sat at that desk. Sometimes I'd have to go up to her and go, hey, you know, at 11:30, the alarm is going to arm in this building. You need to exit the building and re-enter the building so that they know that you're here. She spent almost 18 hours sitting at her desk. You know, and in 2017 was a very hard year for me because I lost brother in June. First brother in June, second brother in August, my sister died in September. Now, mention, I've been here 20 years. At them funerals, I got nothing, not even the flowers from Winnebago County. You know who I got flowers from? Sheriff's Department. That showed me how much I'm respected there. I worked in that building almost since it was new. You know, everybody would ask me, hey, you know, Sheriff Motz would come in the morning, you know, I'd go, hey, John, how it's going, you know? I did not know that was disrespectful. And I apologized to John that day, and John goes, don't worry about it, Sid, that's my name. Great department. They work hard. I seen them guys come in the morning, and some of them don't leave at night because there's an accident somewhere, so they're standing out in the cold. But you guys are taking stuff away from what you have. You know, a person that's been here 20 years ago, got a half a day of vacation for every year after 20. The people that are here 30 years ended up with 6 weeks. You know what that 4 hours is? To say somebody like me that worked on second shift, that 4 hours was me to go to my supervisor and go, hey, I want to take that half day and go see my kids' Christmas program. You guys, you jumped on this Act 10 bandwagon. You know what that cost me? That cost me $300 a month of me feeding my family. And then you guys come up with this paid for performance thing. You know, how was that? That was a kick in the nads to anybody who was here for 20 years. Because what did that do? That moved the newbies up to the higher pay rate. And me, that was standing here for 20 years, what did it do to me? Left me sitting in the same wall. You didn't care about the people that were here that much longer. You guys got great employees. Great employees. They didn't come to Winnebago County to make $25 an hour. They came here just like you guys did. Served the county. You know, when I walked in, and I worked at the highway department for so many years, you know, I didn't feel like a Winnebago County employee. I was family there. I could walk in to Sheriff Motz's office if I had a problem. He'd sit and listen to me. Because some people in my department maybe wouldn't listen. But I could go and talk to him. On the third death of my family that year, I had one person from the Winnebago Sheriff's Department. She was a captain at that time. And, you know, I'd have a hard time getting through the day. I'd go in my closet, I'd shut the door, and go, hey, you know, I gotta figure this out. I come out, she gave me a hug. Probably against policy, but you know what? That hug made me through the day. And I don't know how many times when I was out there that day, somebody out there would think, Sid ain't feeling the same. You know, if they set me down, I talk, 5 minutes, boom, I'm up and running. You know, but I tell you one thing, when people walk through that door out there and they seen that star, there wasn't a heel mark. That star shined in the sunlight when that sun come through from the east. That was a perfect floor. And that's what I did. I did floor maintenance. And every time anybody asks, you know, what do you do for Winnebago County? I could say, you ever been to the courthouse? They go, yep. And I could say, see how that floor shines? And they go, yep. I go, that's my work. That's my work and my co-workers' work. There was 2 of us that made sure that every time somebody walked in there, that floor was clean. On a salty day when the highway shop's all pounding salt on the roads, you could walk in that highway department and you could, not the highway department, sorry, that sheriff's office, you could walk in that front door, look at that star. If there was a salt print on that star, it wasn't there if I seen it, because that star shined all the time and I didn't care what the weather was. I love these people so much out there. You know, I knew when they started walking in at 8 o'clock, you know, and I got there at 6, they didn't have to worry about slipping on that sidewalk because it was clear. You know, and if somebody needed something, they didn't fill out the work order. They asked Sid, hey, Sid, the sink in the bathroom is constantly running. It's hand censored. When it's running, it means battery's dead. Well, how long would you think it had took that person to send an email to facilities, and then facilities, before they check their emails, probably maybe day, 2 days, but not if I was around. You know, when they had a state inspection out there at the sheriff's department, you know, the captain inside the jail come up to me. He goes, Sid, I can't believe it. They walked in. They said they couldn't believe how clean that floor is and how that thing shined when they walked through and did that inspection. So as I sit here and I ask you guys, I go, it's fine if you guys want to up the wage. Don't forget who's been putting the time in to make sure that this runs. You know, like that man said right there, says, the face of Winnebago County is you guys. In a way, I agree with that. But the way I look at it, the face of Winnebago County is the people that are getting dirty every day. You guys, there's 5 people here on that board that I like. 1 is my district supervisor, Andy Buck. 2, I can't remember, I believe it's that gentleman down there who's gonna be retiring. That's you. He talked to me last meeting. He goes, why did I come to the Winnebago County thing? Nobody else did. But he recognized me. He come up to me in the parking lot, asked me why I come. You know why I come? Because I was on one side for 19 years, 8 months. I didn't know how you guys worked. But now you guys see me come to your committee meetings, you know, and some of you guys welcome me because you recognize in my face. But I can tell you, I'm getting on the way you guys work at things, you know. He goes, hey, Sid, why don't you jump in with both feet? You know, I might think about doing that, but I'm not gonna, because this man right here is doing a job for my district. Just like that man right there. He goes, hey, how you doing? Everything. He's a super, or something to do with town of Oshkosh, you know. Makes me feel welcome. And I just got to say that you guys need to think about what you have and what is working in front of you, build on the employees, and the employees will bring people in. I can guarantee you that. Because when I come here 20 years ago, I'm like, boy, honey, you know, I'm making $25 an hour. They're pouring concrete over there at 4X. I'm going over to Winnebago County, and I'm going to make 13-something as a night watchman. But I sat down and I talked to my wife. I go, it's going to pay out in the long run. And it has. You know, you guys forced me, or not you guys, but HR has forced me into retirement. And that's fine. You know, I'm enjoying retirement. But I can tell you right now, if I could, and I got a lot of skills. You lost a lot when you got rid of me. I can tell you that. Because I could do floors, I could do anything. I could go to the highway department. I could run every piece of equipment over there. You lost a lot. And you guys are losing a lot by what you guys are doing to the employees. It ain't you guys, I'm sorry. It's what HR does when they do their budget. When they take something away from the people that are really making you guys look good. You know what I'm saying? So I did get disturbed last week or last month when they brung up when you guys wanted to throw your hat into the big ring. What I got to say is each of you take and walk around your district. Take a drive around your district. See what you see. I'll tell you what you're going to see. You're going to see uncut roads. You're going to get calls. I bet you get calls every day when it rains, like we had that last rain. I bet you guys are getting calls. Hey, we're flooding. Can you help? You know, years ago, Winnebago County, they cut ditch to ditch. Telephone pole to telephone pole. Everything was cut. You know, that ain't happening anymore. And you guys, you're thinking money. You're saving money by doing this. You're not. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Because you know what it hurts? I can tell you right now, what it hurts is the townships, like him. You know, me, I'm kind of screwed. Because I live on a county road, So the township, that don't do nothing for me. I gotta go to county. And you guys don't work together. I mean, I had a tire that come off a semi. I threw it in a garbage can. So garbage truck comes, throws it on the ground, back on the side of the road. I call the town. I go, hey, I got this tire recap. They go, oh, that ain't our problem. Call the highway. I call the highway. Highway goes, oh, that ain't our problem. Call solid waste. I call solid waste. Solid waste goes, hey, ain't our problem. It's highway jurisdiction. Come on, for a tire retread? I think after all the phone calls, I think the town administrator finally come up and picked it up because he is sick of hearing from me. But I'm telling you, right now, if you guys want to put a sign in front of my front yard saying, hey, Winnebago County's looking for people, Andy knows where I live, give it to Andy. I'll be proud to do it because you know what? I loved working for Winnebago County. The only thing I didn't love was what you guys took away. And there again, it wasn't you guys, it was the budget from HR, you know, but that's all I got to say. I'm sorry. John, I did vote for you, but I do think you need to get through a learning process. And if you need help, brother, I'm here. You know, come talk to me. I'll tell you what I dealt with through the 20-some years, or not 20, 19 years, 8 months that I worked for Winnebago County. So please, think about your employees first. Get them working. Build on your employees, and they'll bring employees to you, trust me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, yeah. My name's Jacob Flom. I'm at 503 North Main in Oshkosh. And I want to thank everybody for the work that you're doing here. But I see on the agenda tonight you're taking $16 million from the American Rescue Plan and appropriating it as it's been given to you. And one of the things here, I was here at a meeting last year about mask regulations and the amount of people that were around here out the door. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember it was out the door, the most packed, I guess, anybody has ever seen a county board meeting. But by reducing the county board size after that and looking at that and seeing that more democracy works than less of it, while taking more money and appropriating that out without a whole lot of public input, says something. I just wish that people were a little bit more transparent about what was going to be going on here. I understand the census data came in the way it did, but it would have been nice if some more people knew about this as time went on. And you guys know what you're doing, but I wish we had more time for this. I understand it's 180 days. You can have some more meetings. Cutting people off at Judiciary says something. But thank you for everything that you guys are doing, but people can see it. It may not look like people can see it, but people can see it. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Sure. Nate Gustafson, 1820 County Road II, Fox Crossing. I'll make it nice, short, and sweet for you. 26 years of my short life that I've been on this earth, one thing I've definitely learned is anything going through government fast is probably full of crap. So to really find a way to slow this down, get the public input that we actually need for this process is going to be vital to actually get this passed. So I ask of you to slow down, get the input, understand that people are frustrated because there's communication issues right now clearly between the supervisors and their constituents. Figure out what they want. Right now, as it was stated before in a very quick survey that we did on Facebook, 75% of people did not support this resolution as it stands. So please reconsider this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Welcome. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Tyler Damo, 57 Appleton Street, Menasha.
Thank you.
When we go through these processes here, like it's been said time and time again, short is never good. Why are we reducing the size? You need to take a deep look in yourself here when you vote on these things to decrease the size of a board, because you are, in a sense, restricting people's ability to have fair and equal representation. as a county level position here, this does not get much attention when it comes to everyday lives of people, even though the county makes more differences in everyday lives of the people who live here than the federal government itself. If Congress was to go forth and said we were going to reduce the number of representatives in the U.S. Congress, there would be an uproar across this nation, though it does not do nearly the amount that the county does to affect the lives of its everyday citizens. And the question that people will ask is, why was it reduced? And quite frankly, there's only a few options as why it's reduced. One is budget, which makes no sense because you can't reduce it. I mean, come on, cut the pay of it. I'm sure there's plenty of people who are willing to volunteer to help find representation in this community. The other reason then comes to power. People want to consolidate power, make it easier to pass things that the public doesn't want. To cut out representation for people in rural communities especially who have less of a say than because of the size of their area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Welcome. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Heidi Henkel-Henke. I live at 5925 Valentine Drive in Winnebago, Wisconsin. I just want to take 1 second, though, to tell Sydney that he did a great job. I went to high school with Sydney, and I know what kind of a man he is. And that really leads me to some of the things that I think pretty much everybody said here tonight. Every single one of you was elected. Elected. You were voted by your constituents to represent them. And one of the things that I find really disturbing over probably the last 3 to 4 months on things that have been voted on, none of your constituents even know what's going on. I mean, I run a household and I run a business. I put out something weekly to my over 100 people within my group so they know all the time what is going on within the business. My family knows what's going on within our home. You guys have a responsibility to your constituents who voted you in to let them know what is going on in this county board. It is unacceptable that we, the constituents, had to put something together on Facebook and ask for people what their thoughts were. That is your job. As far as this actual redistricting as well, the young man who just spoke really kind of took the words out of my mouth. I don't believe that this has anything to do with budgeting. I think the whole thing has to do with power and control and monopoly and its strategy. Exactly. When you want to slip something through, you keep it quiet and hope nobody notices. And I feel like this is what was done. Can you imagine, again, when he said Congress, let's take it up another level. What if they just decided that from now on in the United States of America, we're going to have one governor for every 2 states? That's going to give an awful lot of power to one person, and they will have power over a much larger group of people. Lowering our number of representatives on 1, such a short notice, 2, most of your constituents don't even know what's going on, and 3, because we're smart. People are waking up as to what is going on in this country. And we see it. We know what's really behind this. This is not about anything more than a power grab. And I, for one, will be extremely disappointed if the gentleman who represents my district currently, District 35, Mr. Snyder, would even think about voting yes to do something like this. Your constituents put their trust and their faith in you to do the right thing by them. So please, do not say yes to this. It's fine if you want to retable it and come back at it in a year, but this is not the time to do it. Hardly anybody even knows about it, and it comes across as being a really slimy backdoor kind of thing, and this kind of government and this kind of politics needs to stop. You guys can put up Facebook group pages, different social medias, TikToks, Twitters, Instagrams. Get to your constituents. Let them know what's going on. I'm sure there's restaurants in your local communities. Put an announcement out. Hey, I'm your district representative, and on Tuesday night at the Joe Schmo Inn, we're going to be talking about some of the things that the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors is going to be looking at voting on. And I want you to attend because it's important for me to know what you guys want, because that is my job, is to represent you and what you want. All of you can do that. All of you have a responsibility to do that. And I can tell you that with elections coming up, there are a lot of districts who are going to have some serious competition running for seats because we haven't seen what we've wanted to see. So thank you for your time, and I hope that you guys will all be voting no tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? And if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Philip Walker. I live at 1002 Grove Street in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
As with any business that you do on the board, I hope that you are doing it to represent those in your district and not trying to push personal opinions. In regards to trying to get things done quicker, I don't see how reducing by 8 people is going to speed things up. When business goes to vote, reducing by 8 votes isn't going to save a whole lot of time. When you guys go off to your different committees, having fewer people puts more work per person that has to work on those committees. So I don't think it really makes much sense to be reducing the number of people. Please listen to those that you represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Eric Block. I reside at 404 Michigan Street.
Thank you.
A couple of things I wanted to bring up regarding Resolution 195. Obviously, a lot of people are already talking about it. It would have been nice to have seen something more in the way of a discussion as to what number of representatives are appropriate for our district per capita. Some could stand to argue that we may need more representatives. Some less, some about the same as where we're at. I feel like the discussion was overly limited and based off of one proposal. Government, especially local government, should work clearly, methodically, and at a pace in which everyone knows what's going on, including the people that have voted for you. Item 196, accepting funds from the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. It would be nice to know what is attached to that, what requirements, if any. Item number 200-082021, authorize Winnebago County Emergency Management Department to accept a supplemental emergency management performance grant. And further down it says, and appropriate the funds related other operating expenditures. Some clarity on what other expenditures might be could have been appropriate. And then number 201-082021, authorize the Winnebago County Emergency Management Department to accept a Homeland Security Training and Exercise grant from the Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs in the amount of $17,885 and appropriate the funds to provide training. Again, what kind of training? These are things that I feel could be better clarified out to the public before these votes take place. Whether or not my opinion is shared by everyone, I don't know, but I just thought I'd share my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Welcome. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
George Mathwig, 5792 Grand River Drive, Butamore, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Wisconsin, of course. Anyway, I want to take a look at your timeline that you have here. Wow, what a timeline. Kind of reminds me of Afghanistan, what we're going through right now. That's the kind of timeline it looks like to me. September 1st, August 23rd to September 1st, you begin drafting the tentative plan. And I read on the page before that the census data isn't even going to be in until September 1st, maybe. So this seems to be very, very hastily done. And that really scares the crap out of me. The gentleman back here with, I think he said 26 years on this earth, I'll add my 60 in there and say that anything that's done in haste is definitely not going to work out very well. Again, I'll refer back to Afghanistan and what's going on right now in our current United States. It also bothered me what the gentleman said about the Judicial Committee, that it seems to be stacked in a certain direction. I'm very worried that our rural areas are going to be lost. I'm originally from the town of Oshkosh, lived on Shorewood Drive for much of my life, lived in Winnebago County all of my life, have moved from Nakaimai to now the town of Winneconne. But I've mostly lived in rural areas, and I'm very worried that we're going to lose our rural representation. I've seen some of the things that this board has done lately concerning a lot of the progressive politics that are going on in our nation right now. And it really, really does worry me, the direction that this board is going in. Worries me a lot. The citizens should be asked. They should be given better representation to go over this, to decide on how many board members there are. They're not being given enough time, and that is a for sure. So I don't think the towns are being given enough time either. They're going to be put under a lot of pressure, the towns and municipalities, to make decisions. And again, rash decisions cause a lot of problems. So that's what I have to say about this whole reduction of the board. I do want to comment on one other thing. I think you guys passed something on a carbon emissions dividend. Maybe in the last meeting, I was reading up a little bit on it. So the tax can be, if there's a carbon emissions dividend, then the tax can be given back to the people. So what, they can spend it on gas again? Or does that make any sense? The carbon footprint of an electric car is at least as large or larger than a gas engine. Just take a look into it. It is. So, and our own climate envoy for climate, John Kerry, said on January 27th, if the US went to zero emissions, we'd still have 90% of the emissions in this world. So if we cut our emissions down to zero, still 90% of the emissions that are causing problems on this earth are still going to be here. So I got a better idea. Why don't we tariff all the countries that are emitting the emissions and then give the money back to us? I like that idea a lot better. So I don't know why this was ever passed and why it should be passed, because it just doesn't make any common sense at all. No common sense. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak this evening? Welcome. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Margie Davey, 885 Portside Court, and I'm also the president of the League of Women Voters. And my first comments will be directed to you from the League. As I'm sure you're aware, we're a nonpartisan group, and we do studies. For 100 years, we've dived into things and studied them, and then we formed a position based on what we learned in that study. We did do a study on the Winnebago County Board a few years ago, and we do strongly reduce reduction of the size of the board. So I would encourage you to support that. The people who are concerned about this somehow shifting the balance from urban to rural or backwards, whatever, that makes no sense at all. It's one person, one vote. The fact is, in Winnebago County, if we have larger numbers of people who reside in an urban area, they should have more representation. There will be more districts, but each supervisor will still be representing an equal number of people. So that's, I just can't possibly understand where that's coming from. It makes no sense. Stepping away from being on the league, now I'm going to be the chair of the Sustainability Board for Oshkosh, which I also am, actually. And I just want to say, in regards to the last gentleman's statements, I do definitely applaud you for supporting the carbon fee and dividend program. If someone does not understand that, they should go to the Citizens Climate Lobby website and read about it. It's absolutely a fantastic program. It's probably the best chance we have of reducing our carbon emissions, and the money that goes back is a plus in that it goes back at a higher percentage of income to the people who have less. And I think that we should all support that. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Please.
Hi, my name's Christine Whitty, and I live on 12th Street in Oshkosh.
Thank you.
I don't have any statements. I just have some questions that maybe can get addressed at some point. And that's also about Resolution 196, the authorizing Winnebago County to accept the coronavirus recovery funds. And number 3 says, support services to disproportionately impacted communities. I'm wondering, how do you decide who needs that kind of help? How do you decide which communities are impacted? How do you decide that some are impacted more than others? So maybe that could be addressed, because it's like, how do you decide fairly? Number 4, provide premium pay for essential workers. I really have a hard time with that, essential workers. How do you decide who is essential? How do you say someone is not essential? That man is just as essential as the doctors and nurses. The fellows and women who are the custodians cleaning the hospitals, they are just at as much risk as anybody else. As far as coming into contact with viruses, bacteria. So how do you do that? How can you say someone's more essential than another person? So I don't know how you're going to do that. So I was hoping you would address that. And, you know, anyway, I'll stop on that. And then number 6, replace lost public sector revenue. I'm just wondering if you would explain that also, because how do you decide again? Which part of the public lost more revenue than the others? So it's so vague, it's not saying anything. So 3 questions, and thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak this evening? Is there anyone else in person who wishes to speak? Okay, very good. We'll move on. Is there anyone from Zoom who wishes to speak? I see first one hand. I'll go ahead and call on Katie Campbell. And please go ahead. Your mic is open. If you give us one moment, we want to ensure that everyone can hear you. Katie Campbell, if you could go ahead and begin speaking.
Okay, thank you. My name is Katie Campbell. I reside at 614 Wagoo Avenue, Oshkosh. And I am specifically replying to Margie Davies' argument. The League of Women Voters, along with a lot of these organizations, particularly the one that she referenced, they do have specific agendas. I have been researching and studying and watching, and not every single person in this county agrees with the things that they follow and believe to be 100% true and right. For groups such as the League of Women Voters to go behind a movement such as reducing the county board, and for the county board to solely listen to that one group is wrong. It is marginalizing the voices of the people. Kate Hancock Cook is a member of the League of Women Voters, and she is the one that brought forward the survey to the legislation committee regarding the carbon emissions. And that survey, if you all remember, only included about 280 people from the county. Out of that, about half, 51% supported the act, 49% did not. So when you really drill down and you research and you look at the data, a lot of these issues are still highly controversial. Groups such as the League of Women Voters are not a voice for the entire population of this county. Another thing, if we downsize, the amount of people in each district will go up. Right now it's about 4,000 some. If we downsize to 28, each district will have about 6,000 people per one supervisor. That is important. That is why the people are saying, my voice will be dwindled. We should be studying, a lot of you concerned about minority voices in our county. We should be asking them what they think about this, to be honest. Have we done that? Again, listening to certain groups and pandering, I don't know if that's happening, I'm not trying to accuse, is wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public on Zoom who wishes to speak this evening? If so, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. We see one other individual, Rachel Dowling.
Hi, Rachel Dowling, 642 De Pere Street, District 1.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I would also like to comment on the redistricting. I already feel like my voice has not been heard through the decisions made by the Winnebago County Board over the last year and a half. Again, just like as Katie said minutes ago, downsizing the board would make me feel like my voice is not heard. I already feel like I'm being overshadowed by the board's opinion rather than listening to their constituents. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public on Zoom who wishes to speak this evening? If so, go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. Seeing no others, we'll go ahead and close that portion of the evening. Thank you very much, all the speakers this evening. We'll move on then to the next item, which is correspondence. For that, I'll call on Clerk Ertmer.
Is it on? Yep. We just have one piece of correspondence tonight, and that was a petition for zoning amendment from Carvin T. Blank in the town of Black Wolf, requesting rezoning from R1 to A2 for tax parcel 004-038604, and that's referred to the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Clerk Ertmer. We'll move on to the next item. That's reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Any reports from any commissions and boards? I see a couple call-ins. First, I will call on Supervisor Lautenschläger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschläger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As last month, Supervisor Norton announced that himself and Supervisor Schneider were reappointed or appointed to NACO committees by NACO President Larry Johnson. Well, this last week I got my appointments to the NACO 2 from President Johnson, and I was appointed to the NACO Health Steering Committee and appointed the vice chair of the long-term care subcommittee. Also, I was appointed, reappointed to the Healthy Counties Advisory Board as a vice chair. So,
Congratulations, Supervisor Wattensider. Thank you. Are there any other reports from any committees, commissions, and boards? So first I'll call on Vice Chairman Egan, followed by Supervisor Binder on Zoom. Please go ahead, Vice Chairman Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't know if this is on or not. Is it on now? There it is. As far as commissions and boards, I guess I just want to mainly offer out a thank you or whatever to the Highway Department and also to our county executive. When that storm went through here a few weeks ago, we also have a Children's Day and parade and everything in Waukau, and Waukau was just filled. You couldn't even pass there. They went out on Friday, which is their day off. They got it all out. They got it cleared off so we could have our parade and everything. And I also want to tell you that our county executive was out there at 3:15 Friday morning doing his end that he could do. So I just want to say kudos to both of them departments and thank you to our county executive down there, and especially the highway department. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Egan. Next, we'll move to on Zoom. We'll call on Supervisor Binder, then we'll go to Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
Just wanted to give you a little update on the dog park. We're planning a ribbon cutting for that end of September or the first week in October. So that we should have it by the fall. The dog park should be open and the citizens start to enjoy it.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next, we'll move to Supervisor Cox. If we could please open up the mic for Supervisor Cox.
There we go. On July 21st, I was given an opportunity to go up to Stevens Point to meet with the Personnel, Finance, and County Organizational Steering Committee, which I just became a part of, along with Tom Snyder. Once up there, we went through about 17 different resolutions to refer them or to bring about an adoption of them to pass them forward to the annual meeting. I won't go through every one of them, but we had several on there that were moved to indefinitely postpone from Outagamie County. And we had another one in here from Ashland County. Some of them were referred back to the board for review or revisal, and would be then coming up in front of the committee at the annual meeting. Mr. Snyder was able to propose the adoption of various Veterans Committee or Veterans resolutions, and I kind of leave those up to him. There were at least 3 of them in there that you had an opportunity to call in and motion in, and I think I ended up seconding on one of them. Did you say a few words?
If we could please go ahead and open up the mic for Supervisor Snyder.
I think we got two of them on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Morris. Yeah, as he said, we had the opportunity to go up and participate in this steering committee. I did happen to, you guys all know me, I'm a veterans advocate. I'm kind of passionate about it. So I did manage to get several things on the docket for at least consideration at the annual conference. But one of the biggest things that I was pushing is awareness and of the CVSO Act that shows up a little later on our agenda. So I don't think it needs to be rehashed at this time. But the bottom line is I challenged that committee to do the same thing that I challenged this board to do, and that's make calls to every federal representative we've got, both senators and all 8 representatives, and ask them to support the CVSO Act. But thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Snyder, and thank you, Supervisor Cox. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Norton, followed by Supervisor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to County Executive Damo, Supervisors Lowenslager, Binder, and Gordon, and Judge Hazy. The 4th annual Winnebago County Wheelchair Wash was a success on August 7th. We had numerous other workers of the Human Service Department who helped out. We had a record number of people who participated who had their wheelchair washed and inspected. And I also want to announce that if anybody can't comment, we still have at least one opening still on the ADRC board. If anyone is interested, you can contact the county executive's office.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Next, we'll call on Supervisor Finch, followed by Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, the dog park. I've been asking for a dog park for about 6, 8 years, 10 years, and I do not have a dog. But there's many people in Winnebago County on the northern end do have a dog. So anyway, I personally would like to thank the county board and many of the people in Winnebago County to support this. Now, I got to be honest though, my granddaughter did get a dog about 4 months ago, maybe 5 months ago, that's it. But the point is, for the people who want something for whatever good reasons, don't stop because they said no right away. You know, just use good judgment. And I mean, it's taken 5, 6, 7 years, I don't know. But now they're finally going to have a dog on the northern end of the county. And I want to greatly appreciate everybody and anybody who had anything to do with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. Next speaker is Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Wisconsin Counties Association Judicial and Public Safety Steering Committee met in Stevens Point on July 22nd and, at the Holiday Inn. And we had Adam Plotkin from the legislative liaison from the State Public Defender's Office speak there. And he spoke specifically in regards to issues in regards to the Public Defender's Office and all local district attorneys' offices, specifically in regards to cases and their caseload. As we all know, there's been an infinite delays on cases and pending charges because of COVID. And now we're starting to see a lot of these cases trickle in, and we're starting to see judges start taking on cases, start taking on court cases. That has increased a lot on the district attorney's office as well as the public defender's office. And so he did suggest that if we do decide to take any of the money from the CARES Act, that it would be directed specifically to that, so that we actually have the workers available in the district attorney's office to handle the additional caseloads and work with and have enough public defenders available. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll go ahead and conclude that portion of the agenda. Move on to the next item, which is the approval of the July 20th, 21 board proceedings. There's a motion and a second to approve the July 20th, 2021 minutes. Any discussions, any changes at all? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. And just like I've said, when we do these dual Zoom and in-person meetings, if there's any county board supervisor, when we're doing a vote and we're uncertain of your vote and you were no vote, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand and we'll make sure we clarify each of those times. So just so we're all on the same page. We'll move on down to the next item, and that's County Executive's Report. For that, I'll call on Executive Damo.
All right, thank you. Thank you for everybody to come out and share your opinions. I really appreciate it. Sid, I appreciate your 19 years and 8 months, I believe it is, and Sheriff, really commending you for sending those flowers. That's a nice touch and something I think we can all learn from. I do want to address a couple of things tonight. We are going to be voting on board size tonight, but really to really put this in perspective, Mr. Mathwig, you talked about this rushing. This was not us rushing this. We were supposed to have 2 years, really a year and a half to deal with this. And the governor vetoed the assembly bill to give us that extra timeline. Just as much as I'm not interested in silencing anybody from the community, I'm not interested in silencing any of my board members that have that opportunity to bring what they want to champion to this board and discuss it and hash it out, whether it passes or fails. I mean, I think that's really the point of democracy and republic. As far as that goes, my main concern is to make sure that we have clear direction for our planning and zoning department, so we can go ahead and get these districts drawn out. And yes, this is a very condensed timeline. We were supposed to have the census data in April. So what we are doing is we just need direction from you guys tonight so that we can go and draw our districts, so we can get it to our towns and municipalities so they can draw their wards, so it can come back to us and we can pass that all before anybody out there that wants to take out nomination papers. That's pretty much the process. So really, my main concern is to make sure that we come to a decision tonight, that we do not table this because there is no time for that. We still have a lot of work to do, and really that's the important part. Because if we don't, we could open ourselves up to lawsuits, and we can open up our towns up to lawsuits. And I really do not want that to happen for our townships or for the county. We are asking to accept money tonight for the ARPA funds. This is just for us to accept it into the county. We are walking very slowly on how we develop a committee to spend this. The federal government gave us the 2024 to allocate it and 2026 to spend it. I repeat, we need to heed the warning of that timeline. As you know, there are other businesses that are still closing down to this day, and the hardships have not come and passed. So us to be hasty or make rash decisions on this would not be wise. So we really have to make sure that we see exactly what we're dealing with. There's a lot more. I appreciate people's concerns with the jail cells. I assure you this is for inmates, and this is a part of communication that we're working on to make sure it's clear-cut, black and white, so we don't leave room for interpretation. So I appreciate you people with your questions and not just assuming the worst on that. I really do recommend this is why we have to do a better job of communicating as a county so we can clear up. And a better job of letting people know that we're going to have meetings like this, which we do. Yes, we hit the statutory limits of requirements of opening this public meeting. But we can do better. So we do hear you, and we are working on that. But as that all stands, I do have my planning and zoning department here for any questions from you and from any questions from the public, because we are going to be having a public meeting on this here in a bit. So I thank you all, even those at home and Zoom meetings. And the one thing that I think we can take out of this is that citizen engagement is a good thing. Like, this is a good thing when you show up and you come and you talk to us. It's a good thing when you send us emails. It's a good thing when you get engaged. And if I was concerned about one thing more so than board size, it would be citizen engagement. And I think that's something that's correcting itself already. And we see that, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Executive Damo. Next item on the agenda is the County Board Chairman's report. So just a couple items. So first, all members are in attendance this evening, so all are present, none are excused between being in person here and then on Zoom this evening. Number two, just making everyone aware that something called the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, is officially on our website. That has to actually be done every year. They're essentially the confirmed financial statements for the county. So they are there for your perusal. It's long. I think it's about 250 pages, 248 maybe exactly. But it's long and very comprehensive, so certainly available for everyone to take a look at on the website. And then just a couple things in general about some of our upcoming meetings. And we'll talk a little bit more about this when we come to the public informational part. And I'm going to ask our planning and zoning director actually to kind of review the general timeline for the redistricting process, the reasoning behind it, the requirements behind it as well. But I guess I wanted to just highlight the county board meetings and so everyone's on the same page as to when those will be. So originally, we typically have a county board meeting called a special orders session the first Tuesday in September. We have changed that this year, so that will be on September 14th. There's a reason for that. The reasoning for that is, number one, making sure that we have a meeting, that we have a public informational session for you all to hear about the tentative plan before we actually vote on it at a subsequent meeting. And number two, once it is decided, whether it's 28 or whether it remains at 36, our planning and zoning department need to then begin the process of creating some preliminary potential maps that this body would have to consider. Those maps have to go through a process. They have to go through our Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. Then they have to come to the county board. So there needs time in each of those steps to move through those different processes. Once again, there was actually a timeline that was included on the website for today, but I'll also ask our planning and zoning director to go over that in a little more detail. But what I wanted to mainly make you aware of is that our next county board meeting, instead of normally being on September 7th, will be on September 14th because of a part of this redistricting. That will be a non-voting meeting. That will be a meeting, once again, that would be a public informational and to provide information to you all, as well as the board, the public, about potential tentative redistricting maps. Then we have a second September meeting the week after, so that's Tuesday, September 21st. That's when we'd actually consider and vote on a potential tentative redistricting map for the county. So the planning and zoning director will go over some of this again and add a little bit more context to it, but I just wanted to make you aware of those meetings. The other thing I wanted to make you aware of is the format of these meetings. Because as you know, over the last year and a half, we've had some of these meetings that have been strictly in person, that have been strictly via Zoom, frankly, the majority of them over the last year, as well as this hybrid model like we are doing again this evening, where we do in-person and Zoom. What I told people is I wanted to make sure that all voices were heard in all formats that they would be comfortable with, whether it be the county board or the public, during this whole redistricting process. So that's why I want to continue with the hybrid model, meaning Zoom option for individuals who want to do it Zoom, and in-person for those who want to do it in person, as we complete this redistricting process on the county board, which may finalize with our September 21st meeting. Now that's all tentative, but may finalize. So the reason I'm also telling you is after that, I think we need to go to a format whether the meeting will either be in person only or Zoom only. Now, that has some drawbacks, of course, to it. I recognize it. And I've heard from many people on both sides of this throughout the last 6 or 12 months. But I think we all recognize it's challenging to do this hybrid. And we certainly are doing the best we can. And a lot of technical folks, a lot of county staff and clerk have actually done an outstanding job. But it nonetheless is challenging. So I'm just letting you all know that I want everyone to be heard on either format through the redistricting process, but then the intent would be, once the redistricting process is done, that each meeting would either be strictly in person or strictly Zoom. And that's going to be dictated by where we're at the time, and I simply don't have a crystal ball right now as to what that would be. So just kind of want to make everyone aware of that and the thoughts in advance. And then with that, so our next items are two things. The first one is going to be a presentation on County Board size recommendation from the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. That's going to be followed by the public informational hearing, which essentially, as I mentioned earlier, gives the opportunity for the public to speak on anything related to redistricting after they've heard a presentation, as well as after they've gotten some additional information about the timeline and the process from the Planning and Zoning Director. So the format we'll do is we'll do the presentation from the Judiciary and Public Safety. Then we'll ask the Planning and Zoning Director to review that timeline again and provide some context, the reasoning behind it, and the background requirements. And then we'll open it up for any other public comments specifically related to redistricting. And with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Shorsey. Please, if you could step up to the front lectern. And once we're done with the presentations, we'll call on Supervisor Finch for the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had so much fun. And I am here, I am Vicki Shorsey. I am Supervisor of District 15, and I am the Secretary of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. And before we get started again, this timing that we find ourselves in is very unfortunate. And I have to tell you that we've been working on this since last spring. And we also were ready in May. And because we didn't know the situation, we were expecting to present to the Board of Supervisors, to colleagues, this presentation and our recommendation. That is, by law, we are the group that is charged with recommending size. And then, as you heard, the governor decided to put a fly in the ointment and really mess things up. So we actually ended up kind of scrambling to even get on an agenda. And our intention was present to the Board of Supervisors September 7th for information and discussion, and then do public hearings and, you know, go to a town board meeting if we needed to do that. So again, our apologies for that, but it was out of our control. I want to say that I've gotten some feedback, although it's very interesting. I've not gotten a lot of phone calls on this, nor I believe maybe some of the committee members have. But I wanted to tell you what this is not. And our recommendation is not coming from a political party request or their agenda. We do have other things that come to the county board that have a political agenda by someone's party, and I can assure you that that is not the case here. We also had someone question whether this was part of that federal discussion about urban versus rural. It is not. In fact, in our discussions, we were very careful and aware of the sentiment from the rural communities, and very much do not want to set up any kind of political thing where urban gets more attention than rural. We should be planning together as Winnebago County. And the new executive has plans for strategic planning. We've never had that before on the county, since, as far as I know, it has not been done. And you're seeing, in rural communities, you're seeing the impact of that, as well as in urban. And then this is not the good old boys wanting Oshkosh to keep, I heard you, Jerry, wanting Oshkosh to keep everything for themselves. And I can tell you that at one time it was a good old boys organization where if Jerry said we're going to vote on this, people got behind Jerry and voted on it. And those days are gone. There's a little bit of that left, but most of the time we make really good decisions. It is based on topic research and what others have studied in the past and what they're saying about the current and future years regarding county boards. It's also aligning with counties in the region. Outagamie County and Winnebago County have the most supervisors of any of the other counties in the region, including Brown County, and they, of course, have a huge population. And it is also aligning with high-performing boards and the board research that is out there. So this is what we're going to be recommending is an actual national trend in county boards and boards in general. So a little bit of background. It has been a standing issue for constituents and community leaders, and that's evidenced by the studies that have been going on since November 1990. That was 31 years ago. And there was another study in October 2001. And then there was an effort by a citizen initiative to reduce the board size to 18 supervisors. And that ended up resulting in a recommended board size of 28. And unfortunately, there was a little maneuvering that went on, and the board chose not to take that recommendation of 28, and they instead reduced from 38 supervisors to 36. So there was a recommendation then that because I heard some of the comments, can't we do this gradually? Well, they were supposed to. In 2010, we were supposed to reduce to 28 and failed to do so. So it's been an ongoing issue, and that's one of the reasons the committee decided not to recommend that we go through another study, because the studies have been out there, they were good, they may involve some committee consolidation, but we can do it, and other counties in the area have done that. And the total number of Wisconsin County Board members has been decreasing since the enactment of Act 100 in 2006. So if you look at the current board size, and I know supervisors have this information in their packets, Winnebago County has 36, Outagamie has 36, Brown has 26, Fond du Lac has 25, and I want to make a point there because Fond du Lac needed to adjust, and that's the point I'd like to make is if we say yes tonight to 28 and it creates a problem in the rural communities, we can adjust it. So they just added a 26 person, I think within the last year. So it's not, it's moving forward, but it's not cast in stone, and it's not something that we can't tweak if we need to do that. Sheboygan has 25, Washington County has 26. Steve, this one's for you. Excuse me. Marathon County went from 72 to 38 supervisors. And Steve pointed this out, I should probably not use his first name, but Supervisor Binder pointed out the Marathon situation with 38. Well, their square miles, let's see. Marathon County has 1,544 square miles, 1,288 highway miles. Winnebago County has 434 4.49 square miles and 431.9 highway miles. So you can see that that's not an apples to apples comparison. That's, I think it's maybe the largest county in the state. That could be, I don't know. So then when we looked at supervisors for the current population, and at the time we did this in May, and we were ready in May, we were using 2010 census data, and because we didn't yet have the 2020, and we were at 4,639 constituents per supervisor. The other counties, Outagamie is similar. Brown County is at the state, it's a metric that is being promoted by the Wisconsin Counties Association and other, again, this is not just Wisconsin, it's beyond Wisconsin. 10,280 constituents per supervisor. Dane has the most with 15,032 constituents per supervisor. So that gives you an idea of how we fit with others. At 28 supervisors, we would have, and based on, we did receive some population data from the Census Bureau, so we were able to go back, I was able to go back and look at this, and it's a little over 6,000, I think it's 6,028 constituents per supervisor for 28 supervisors. So we still are not real lean, and yet we felt that 28 was the right size for Winnebago County and to cover all of our committees, and I'll get into that in a little bit. And all surrounding counties, so in this northeast region, have reduced board size to between 25 and 26 members, as I said, including Brown County. So the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee recommendation for Winnebago County is 28 supervisors, and thinking that that strikes a balance between a maximum size allowed supervisors of 47 and a minimum of 18. And if we did 10,000 constituents per supervisor, it would be, we would have 18, and we felt that that was too small. And we would be in a position like Fond du Lac County where we would have to adjust up in order to cover committee responsibilities, et cetera. And it only adds, and please listen to this, it only adds 1,447 constituents per supervisor. In terms of impact on voting, that was one of the things Paul Eisen actually, and Paul, I have to mention, on the committee, has an extensive library around this subject. And those of us who know Paul are not surprised by that, but he was very helpful in actually looking at the old studies and helping to do some of this illustration. So, for instance, for a majority vote on the board, if we have 36 districts, 19 people represent a majority, and that's 53% of the votes. At 28 districts, 15 people represent a majority, and that's 54% of the votes. And that goes down for 1/3 for negative quorum, 2/3 for override veto, 3/4 for bonding. There's either no difference or maybe one percentage. Well, there's up to 3% for a negative quorum. So there really is no, in terms of the power of your vote, that does not change with a reduction of board size. Thanks for your patience with this. And I'll just address the current board rules. 23.1 provide for 12 standing committees of 5 members each, plus 1, and that's the legislative committee of our vice chairman. And that includes 15 county board members, including the board chairman and vice chairman, commission and committee chairpersons. At 28 members, 24 supervisors qualify for 2 committees and 4 qualify for 3 committees, plus the legislative committee service for 15 members. So again, and if you look at how some of us are serving now, it's not an increase, a significant increase, other than for those people who have yet to be assigned to a committee. So it does not have a huge impact that way. And we can consolidate some committees if we need to. That is not a problem. And that was recommended in one of the studies. So other boards and commissions provide additional opportunity for supervisor involvement, and we have some that allow participation by people from the community who have the skills needed to make decisions on those commissions and boards. So rationale, kind of in summary, rationale for board right sizing, and that's what we call it. If you have done any research on boards and their functioning, it is definitely, there's research that will show you that board size is important to a well-functioning board. And I would say to you, if other counties, I mean, all of the counties in our region except for Outagamie, they've been paying attention and they've been making these changes over several years now. So the rationale, constituent and community leader long-standing request to further reduce board size. It's about time we do it. We don't need another study. We can just do it and see how it works. Wisconsin Counties Association redistricting presentation recommend the ideal district size of 10,000 constituents per supervisor, plus or minus 10%. Yes, it's there, Brian. And then Winnebago and Outagamie boards at 36 members remain the largest in the Northeast Wisconsin region. And possible benefits include more competition for elected positions, hopefully translating into qualified, experienced, engaged candidates, fewer board vacancies, appointments and write-in candidates who lack a vetting process. I understand that we've had someone who had been elected twice with 4 write-in votes. And what that means when you're a write-in candidate and you get elected is that you go a whole election cycle before you're required to get the signatures. And you also don't have to present a resume like I did to David Albrecht, you know, to show him that I had qualifications for the board. So there's no vetting, and so someone can come on the board and serve for 2 years without any vetting process. And that is, you know, why they do that, why they allow it, I do not know at the state level. And then also increased communication and decision-making ability, and some reduced administrative cost. We can't make a big case for saving money because that's not the case, but we would save some. And basically per diems and, you know, those kinds of expenses. But we're not overpaid, I can assure you that, for the time we put in. And then constituents maintain and possibly increase access to supervisors due to the smaller number. And I know this goes against, you know, you have to really think about this. But right now, we get 100, you know, during COVID days, we got 150 to 200 emails about the subject. And most of us operate kind of at large, and we look for our constituents in our districts first and address them, but we're also responding on a broader basis. In fact, I would argue that in most cases, we are performing as at-large supervisors as opposed to just representing our districts. It might be a little different in the rural communities, but I don't know. So we say do it now, and Bill Wingren, you know, it's, you know, focus, focus, focus. It's an opportunity to adjust, and if we need 26 or 29 instead of 28, that sort of thing. So don't be afraid to move forward. because we're, all you have to do is look around you. Others are doing it and doing it successfully. And I think we have an opportunity here. And even though we're pressed from a timeline perspective, I worked in healthcare for 45 years. I know all about that time pressure and being asked to do things in less than perfect timing. So I would encourage you to vote yes and to move our board forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. I know Supervisor Eisen, who's also on Judiciary and Public Safety, wanted to add some information. Please go ahead.
For over 4 decades, public sentiment has been bent toward reducing the size of the Winnebago County Board. Let me tell you the story of how Winnebago County has got to 36 supervisors. Back in 1848, Wisconsin became a state, and shortly thereafter, the legislature decided to make county structure uniform, and they chose the New York model of supervisors, which we have. And over the years, supervisory districts principally represented each municipality. Each municipality had their own supervisor. And as the urban areas grew in population, additional supervisors were added. But then, in 1960, with the Supreme Court decision of Baker versus Carr and the one man, one vote doctrine, counties were required to make each of their districts of equal-sized population. And beyond there, the Wisconsin legislature passed a law saying that counties in the class size of Winnebago County could have only a maximum of 47 supervisors. And until 1990, through 1990, Winnebago County had 45 supervisors. November 1990, a task force study on the efficiency and effectiveness of Winnebago County government, including the icons of Winnebago County, Orrin King and John Coughlin, as members of that task force, recommended a county board size of between 15 and 30. This is back in November of 1990. Well, the decennial census went through, and Winnebago County Board voted to go to 38 supervisors. And the 38 supervisors remained on the books until 2007, when the citizens united to cut the county board size, garnered 5,000 signatures from voters from Winnebago County to cut the board from 38 to 18. They attempted to deliver those 5,000 signatures to the county clerk, but I've been told that the Corporation Council advised the clerk not to accept that petition. And the reason this petition was permitted is because the state legislature passed a law that permitted counties to downsize once within the 10-year decennial time space. And the petition asked for a referendum. Well, the petition was not accepted by the clerk, and at the next county board meeting, the county board voted to downsize the board from 38 to 36. And that's how we got to be 36 strong. Now, the public outcry to this injustice, apparent injustice of 5,000 voters wanted a referendum so they could decide whether they wanted to cut the board or not. The county board, the then county board chairman, organized a committee to study the size of the county board. And this committee, although the board was already reduced to, on paper, yet to 36, this committee handed in a report that recommended 28 supervisory districts. And today, in a historic effort, because it's the decennial time to examine the size of the board and to determine what the size of the board shall be for the next 10 years, we, from the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, have recommended a size 28, because that's what the chairman's committee recommended. And that's in the ballpark what all of the majority of the counties in Wisconsin have. Kenosha County, 23 supervisors. Racine County, 21 supervisors. Waukesha County, with 300,000 population, 25 supervisors. Brown County, with 300,000 population, 26 supervisors. Manitowoc County, 25. Sheboygan, 25. Fond du Lac, 25. Washington County, just reduced from 28 to 21. And this would put Winnebago County in the same class as these other counties. Now, if you want to put this on a national perspective, there are about 3,100 counties members of NACO. And the largest county in the United States is the city of New York, which consolidated its 5 counties into one. City of New York has 51 council members, representing 8.2 million voters. That's 160,000 members, constituents, per supervisor. In the state of New York, Albany, the capital of New York, has 300,000 population and a county board of 39. Next in size throughout the United States is Marathon County with 38, Dane County with 37, but Dane County is going to probably change because Dane County has reached 500,000 population, and should in the future be treated like Milwaukee. So that's in flux. And beyond the 37 is Outagamie, our neighbor to the north, who just passed a sales tax this last year, and Winnebago County also at 36. So there's every reason to consider a size 28 board. It's been voted on, or it's been studied by the leadership of Winnebago County. It's in line with the other counties. It's in line with public sentiment, and I've accumulated a comprehensive library of the history of downsizing in Winnebago County. The trouble I do have, however, is the shortness in time that we have to face.
Now, Supervisor Eisen, so that's, if you're going to start talking about that, that's going to get into the debate. So you certainly have a right when we get to the resolution.
Thank you very much. I've shared the story of how we got to 36.
And certainly, any comments he has, he absolutely can make when we bring up the resolution. I gave him an opportunity to give the information he wanted to give, but his feelings on the resolution, he can then vocalize those when we actually debate. So that's why I asked him to do that. So thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Is there anyone else from the Judiciary and Public Safety who wants to speak? Okay, very good. So now we will move to the public informational hearing on redistricting. And what we'll do is we'll hear from our Planning and Zoning Director, Jerry Bougie, who will talk about that timeline and provide some context and information. And then after that, we will open it up for the public for any comments on the redistricting process. And then after that, of course, the county board also would have an opportunity for any comments about the redistricting process, but we wouldn't be debating the number until later on in the agenda when that resolution comes up. So I'll turn it over to our Planning and Zoning Director, Jerry Bougie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
You know, I'll be rather brief. I also have my GIS staff here, Adam Dorn, our GIS administrator, and Diane Culver, our GIS specialist. And Diane is the real wizard on all of this, and she's the architect of in creating these maps. So she's done this before in past processes for redistricting, and so you're in good hands. So just real quick, and as pointed out by Chairman Ramos and the County Executive Damo and Supervisor Shortsey, that we're on a very compressed timeline. States didn't receive the census numbers from the feds until just late last week. And I can announce now that the state worked through the weekend, night and day, to crank those numbers and put them in the block form that they need to be in. And they have now submitted that information to all counties in the state. So we can start our process as soon as the board gives our department direction on creating the maps. So we can start that tomorrow if a decision's made tonight. So we unexpectedly received those numbers almost 2 weeks earlier than originally planned. So it does allow us a little more time to, to create those maps. I'm just going to touch on the time frame again. Part of our task is to create the maps from the census data. We will be, creating the maps, bringing them to the county board for September 21st. That's the plan. On the 14th of September again, we will hold a public hearing before the county board that will be noticed by a Class 3 public hearing notice. So there will be notices sent out to the public via the newspaper, et cetera. And all of these steps that will be kicking in here are all established in state statute. So these are very specific steps, albeit very compressed, so we can meet that December 1st deadline for completing this entire process and for the nomination papers to be taken out by December 1st. So we will have maps drawn. They will go to Judiciary and Public Safety on the 13th of September. That committee will forward on one or more map scenarios to the county board to choose from on the 21st. From there, assuming the county board adopts a tentative plan, that map then gets sent to all the local municipalities so they can begin their ward process. They'll have about 30 days in this process to do that. Again, very compressed. We will be working closely with the local municipalities during that process as well. They're required to send that information back to the county clerk's office, whereby a final plan is submitted to the county board with all the wards from the local municipalities. That's all submitted to the county board for a final decision in November at your November 16th county board meeting. So that's the process. There's very little wiggle room in this process. Every county in the state is pretty much is faced with the same process. We are working closely with Outagamie and Calumet counties, as we do have, as you know, we have part of the city of Appleton comes down into Winnebago County. We have some of the city of Menasha that extends out into Calumet County. So those counties are also on a very similar time frame that we are. So we are coordinating with them to ensure that this all runs fairly seamlessly and we can get this process done. So that's about all I have to report on this at this point. Certainly we're here for questions as we discuss this tonight.
Thank you, Director
Thank
Bougie.
you.
So first, I'm going to open it up to the public who's here in person, who has any comments specifically in regards to the redistricting only. And if you could please state your name and address again for the record, please.
Sidney Opperman, 4608 County Road E. It seems here that some of you guys need to go take potty breaks and stuff like that, so I think that you guys should have a little intermission, everybody go do their potty thing, and that way all the supervisors are here to listen for our comments, not in the bathroom. I think that would be a good start. But if you're not going to do that, I'll just say this. I want you guys to know, okay, right now, Heidi, I did do some research. I didn't have to copy off your paper. I'm there. So when he was talking about his committee meeting, that they're going to form that committee, okay, we are allowed to go to that committee meeting, okay? But this is how they're going to push it through. They only have to give us 24 hours notice. So if they decide they want to have that committee meeting on Thursday, they'll let us know on Wednesday. That's what I'm thinking they're going to do. They ain't going to give us a lot of time. But the other thing is go ahead, move them lines. I dare you. Because if the line moves the right way, you're going to see me maybe up here on this board the next time election comes around. Because what you guys are trying to do is not very good. Now, we're allowed to go to any committee meeting. And if you guys, what you need to do is what I think is going to happen. Are you guys ready? You guys are going to Zoom it. And we ain't going to be able to come. So, what I am suggesting is that either the townships or the county puts up places where the people that do not have internet can come and speak their piece. That's what we need to do then. If this is the way this is going to go, you guys want to push it through? I'm throwing this out there that you're going to do the Zoom thing. We're going to want places where people that cannot or do not have internet can come and sit their piece. I don't care if we all have to sit in a car out in the parking lot. You can designate someone to come out, say, hey, next person, come on in. Now, the other thing is, I am on every email that comes from the county clerk's office when committee meetings are on. Anybody can be put on this, and you guys can be notified. So if you have a phone, and say you get busy and all of a sudden you don't see it to the next day, but at least now you guys can get put on the list, it'll go to your phone, and you guys can be thing. I am drastically against what you guys are going to do is reduce it down to 28. So it's a two-way street. You guys got to reduce it, that's fine. Reduce it by 1. I don't care. But other question I got is to John Damo. Have you contacted any other of the county executives to see what their board is doing or ask for how many people showed up for their public meetings and get their perspective? Okay, you said we could be sued or whatever, okay? But I don't know how many counties are in here, but if there's more counties against it than for it, let's roll that dice and make them do it. Come after us. But I can hardly see the government trying to go against a state that is against redistricting than for other directions. I don't know, but I'm just saying, you guys need to figure out a way if you're going to do this public thing to get Zoom set up throughout the county so that people that don't got internet can come and speak. If they have to sit in the parking lot, whatever they need to do. But please, I would say shut it down right now. Don't even do it. Shut her down. Make them come after us. Because I can tell you what, you guys can waste a lot more money other ways than the way we can do it by just shutting this down. And I've seen it. Throw money away on stuff that just, poof, didn't work. Like the paid for performance thing. It didn't work. So that's all I got to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ann Marshall, and I live at 2710 Bowen Street, Apartment B in Oshkosh. And with your presentation, and all the board members got that presentation in your packet, along with a lot of the work that the Judiciary Committee had done already, as well as, I've got them too, off your website. And so that is all, has been available to all of you before the meeting, and I hope you looked at it. And I also am a member of the League of Women Voters, but I also am an interested citizen, and am what I did was attend several of the Judiciary Committee meetings and spoke before the meeting about my position. And I felt that all of the committee members there actively participated in discussions about this recommendation, and they unanimously, the Judiciary Committee, unanimously agreed at their meeting on April 12th of this year to recommend that the county board be made up of 28 supervisors. As you have been told, the districting requirements really forced this to become important at this time, because what do you make districts? You need the number that's going to be in each one to your decision tonight will decide that, what the districts will be made up of. And another thing that I find a very important fact that has been mentioned here too, but that the change from this 36 to 28 supervisors, every single Winnebago County district, whether urban or rural, will see an increase across the board of approximately, I had 13, it's now 1,400. So you'll have a few hundred more, a little over 1,000 more than you have now. And that's true from every district in the city of Oshkosh as it is to the rural districts. So it's not like you're going to have less numbers. I do want to myself personally give special thanks to Supervisor Shorzy and Supervisor Eisen, having been at those Judiciary Committee, of the research that was done right now, not 10, 20 years ago, but current research along with the history that was provided. I think that was, I'm glad you gave a presentation, but I want you to realize how much went into that and what a good job they did. So it's not like we're basing this on 20 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Please, you could state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Kathleen Propp, 1936 Hazel Street, Oshkosh, and I'm making my personal statement and not representing any organization, but I'm proud to be a member of the League of Women Voters. I'm sorry so many people spoke from the public before hearing the Judiciary Committee report. I thought you did an excellent, succinct job, both of you. I have been involved in this issue a long time, and Supervisor Eisen pointed out things that I had not remembered or didn't know. As many of you do know, I've been an active advocate for reducing board size for more than 20 years. I served on the 2007 Temporary Committee on Board Size and helped organize the 2011 Public Forum. Tonight, I urge you to vote yes on Resolution 195 to reduce board size to 28 supervisors as recommended by the Judiciary Committee. And I thank the Judiciary Committee for their careful research and for choosing 28 as an optimum board size. Yes, this process is rushed. I wish it were not. But it would be ideal, and it sounds like we're being required to do it, to have new district lines in time for board elections this coming spring, 2022. And as has been pointed out, the board size decision comes first. So thank you, and I hope you vote yes.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Please, if you could state your name again and the address for the record, please.
Tyler Damo, 57 Appleton Street, Menasha.
Thank you.
First off, I'd like to say here that I am ashamed to think that anyone on this board thinks that they are qualified to say who is qualified to serve on this board, and the voters do not know what they're talking about, whether it's write-in or a regular. The voters have the right to choose who they put on that seat, and no one here should judge anyone who sits on this board other than their voters who they represent. This is not. This is nothing more than a person trying to take control of the process. I am tired about hearing about, oh, we have a time limit. Oh, there's a time limit for this. This is a government-made problem of this time limit. Government instituted this time limit. Government failed its citizens when it failed to publish these reports on time, cutting down public time for input. This is a failure upon government to its constituents, its voters, who it is supposed to represent. We are a government by the people, for the people, not from government to dictate to the people about when these decisions should be made. The people need to have the time to have their opinions heard and to be properly informed. And when it comes to informing the public, just because you meet statutory limits that were written who knows how long ago is a failure that anyone would be satisfied with that being a good enough way to inform. You should be striving to go above and beyond to make sure that everyone in the community is aware of the decisions and the impacts being made on their lives and their decisions here at the county.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Welcome. If you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Richard Bast, 51 Cherry Park Court, Oshkosh. I have a few questions. I've heard the abbreviation NACO several times, and I do not know what that stands for. My job deals with a lot of abbreviations, and it's very helpful to know what they stand for. In the presentations, we were talking about public sentiment was pro for reducing boards. I would like to know, how was this determined, first off, and where can we find that information? The way things were presented here, it seems like there's little benefit or little change, so you don't have to worry about what's going on, right? Well, if there's little change, what's really the benefit, right? Why do we have to dump so many people, so many supervisors, when we could just go down 2, and if we need to, we can go down 2 more? Because what I understand is the size of the board, it seems to be a separate issue than redistricting, and unless I'm wrong in thinking that. So, because there was comments about Fond du Lac increasing by 1, right? But that wasn't during a census year. So why is this rushed when it doesn't need to be if it's a separate issue? And that brings me to, this county's doing this, that county's doing this. Brings me back to the parents saying, if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you? Right? So because of that, it's like, well, maybe there's a benefit to jumping off the bridge. Maybe there's some nice warm water down there and lifeguard nearby, that sort of thing. But I want to know what these other counties, what their pros and cons were after they have done reductions, right? Because it doesn't seem like the budget is going to be affected that much, right? That's one of the points that was made here. All right, I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Supervisor Schneider. Please, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Heidi Henkel-Henke, address 5925 Valentine Drive, Winnebago, Wisconsin. Pretty much going to reiterate what the gentleman just prior stated. As I was listening to Mrs. Shorshi and Mr. Einstein, I heard a lot of the research indicates, and the research indicates, and the research indicates. When I was in college, I was on the debate team. Your research depended upon what side of the argument you were going to be representing. So I can tell you right now that the research that we're getting and being told is so incredibly important, to me, is coming from districts who never did inform their constituents. Nobody knew what was going on. Mr. NC stated that it was really in line with public sentiment, just like he stated. What public sentiment? Nobody knows what's going on with this. We had to put out our own little Facebook post and ask people. And again, we had, what was it, 73, 75, 78% of the people said, no, I don't want this done. So the research is really meaningless because it really proved no solid or good reason for actually downsizing the boards at all. In addition, exactly like he said, just because the cool kids are doing it and we want to be like the cool kids, then we should do exactly what the cool kids are doing because then we'll fit in. That is never a reason for doing anything. I absolutely strongly recommend that you vote no and that you go back and honestly start having those monthly get-togethers. Let your constituents know, hey, Tuesday night, I'm going to be at Joe Schmo's, and I really want to hear from you guys because this is some of the stuff that we're talking about when it comes to the Winnebago County Department. And you know what? If you want to keep your positions, it's going to help you in a lot of ways. Number one, your constituents are going to start to see that you really actually care about, number two, getting to know them, what they care about, what their thoughts are, what their concerns are. You have to make personal connections. And number three, I mean, pick a different place every month. Now you're putting money into your local businesses. I feel like that's kind of part of your job too. Lastly, I think the thing that I really want to represent, or that I want to talk about is, you know, we were talking about this research, and since really March of 2020, right, when everything like masks up, lockdowns, the last year and a half have changed an awful lot of things, not only in Winnebago County, but in our country. We have been the sleeping lions, the mama bears. We're not fooled anymore. We know, and don't laugh at me. I didn't laugh when you were speaking. I didn't roll my eyes and I didn't chuckle at you. That is extremely disrespectful to be doing that to a constituent. You were laughing at yourself. Yeah, again, like I say, I find that hard to believe, and you should not, yeah. We're not dumb. We're not gullible. We have woken up. This country is in turmoil. These types of decisions where your constituents don't even know what's going on is unacceptable. You are the voice of the people that have elected you. I see that this simply is a chance at grabbing power, just like all these other counties who went from 38 to 24 or 37 to 22. You will have less people representing a much larger group of people. And the indication here is that the people that you are already currently representing, which is a smaller number of people, they don't even know what's going on. You haven't connected with them. People need to be informed, and you need to represent the people who have elected you. This is not the time to be downsizing. This is the time to really start rallying and gathering your constituents and finding out what really truly matters to them. I thank you guys for your time. I do appreciate what you do. And I really hope to see that this is either tabled and brought up at some other time, or we just vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comment. If you could once again state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Eric Block, 404 Michigan Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Schorsch, am I saying that correctly? During one of your statements, you said good old boys don't exist anymore. And in the very next sentence, you said some of that still goes on, contradicting your own statement. Somebody mentioned well-functioning county boards. Define well-functioning and who decided what well-functioning meant. I heard a lot of statements about public sentiment and the years 1990 and 2000. We're in 2021 now. We need more current information. I heard 5,000 people signed a petition back then saying that they wanted the county board reduced to 28. 5,000 is a very small percentage of Winnebago County. That being said, I don't feel this should be passed today. I feel it should be voted no to, and we can move on to the redistricting as far as maps go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Please, and if you could once again state your name and address for the record.
John Hins, 137 Brockway Avenue, Oshkosh, Wisconsin, District 21. I bring up District 21 because for almost a decade I ran the polling place for District 21. As it currently sits right now, it's Bethany Church on 24th Avenue, right across from Oshkosh Truck, right near where the subway used to be before it closed down. And by the numbers we have in place now, approximately 3,000 voters vote at that polling place. Changing this is going to make a net increase of 29% of people in my polling place if you're talking about if the city ends up keeping it by district. I will end up with, or excuse me, the person that's running it now will end up with 3,875 voters. I don't know about any of you who've worked a polling place, but a 30% increase on election day, especially during a presidential election, you're not going to be able to keep up with that. And you can't get the people to work at the polls anymore. And again, this is crunching numbers off the top of my head. We go to 6,200 people, you can just throw Amro and Winneconne in one district. You think Amro and Winneconne would enjoy that? What about the little town of Winchester out there? There's 383 people there. Think they're going to feel represented by having a larger district? Town of Algoma, 7,300 people. Well, one representative can take care of most of the town of Algoma, whereas before, I'm guessing it was probably split pretty evenly, so that way people who lived on one side or the other had representation. But what about those 1,100 people in the town of Algoma who don't fit in neatly to that one area? And as you reduce the amount of representatives, it increases the city representation. And you can sit here and shake your head and say, no, it doesn't, but it does. If you actually crunch the numbers on a representative by total amount of representatives, between Oshkosh and Neenah, you're going to end up with almost 0.5% more influence coming from the cities than you will from the rural areas. You might shake your head and say 0.5%, what's that? Not if you live in a rural area. Because then all of a sudden your voice means just that 0.5% less. I'm not telling you how to decide on this. I'm not telling you how to vote on this. I know that when I came in, I was open-minded and I was willing to let things go, and hopefully we could do this in a nice, orderly process, but now it sounds like we have no choice. And because we have no choice, I'm not for this. Because I'm seeing these rural areas losing their representation just by crunching simple numbers. And that's all you have to do. Look at the numbers. Don't sit and worry about studies or what the other counties are doing, especially counties that aren't comparable in our size. Look at the numbers. I've lived in the city my whole life, but I have relatives who live out in Allenville. I have relatives who live out in the town of Algoma. I have relatives who live out in Amro. And I know they want their voices to be heard. They don't want their voices to be silenced even by 0.5%. So I hope you all keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public in person who would like to speak about redistricting specifically? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to Zoom. I see one call-in, so first I'm going to call on Katie Campbell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
All right, thank you. I thought this was just a discussion on the redistricting portion, but since the first few ladies from the League of Women Voters initially started talking about downsizing, I feel the liberty to also talk about downsizing again. Also, a lot of those women clearly stated that they were involved in studies about downsizing, involved in committees. So clearly the League of Women Voters does have an interest in downsizing the county board. My question is why? I think all of you should be asking the same thing, why? I'm looking at the maps right now from the 2011 redistricting process and the 2007 and the 2001, 2007 to 2011 mainly, and I would agree with what John just said, that the urban areas are trending to increase. And I'm just stating that to say that, you know what I'm looking at right now supports his claim. I have the maps right in front of me. Also, the percentage numbers for the voting, the majority vote, 3/4 vote, etc., that Vicki brought forward, I think everyone should really pay attention to those numbers because those numbers decrease. So right now we've had, in the past year or so, we've had a lot of votes come down to a really close margin, 1 or 2. And if we downsize to 28, that margin decreases, making it easier for things to pass ultimately. That's my 2 cents. I know we're not supposed to be talking about downsizing right now and just redistricting. I kind of had both, but I appreciate you allowing me to speak one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments again. Is there anyone else from the public on Zoom who would like to speak related to the redistricting? If so, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. Seeing no other callers, we'll go ahead and close that portion. Now, that's the public portion. I want to give an opportunity for the county board now. If there are any questions from the county board. Now, remember that specifically on redistricting, it's not on the discussion about the county board supervisory district size. That debate will come up later in the agenda. So it's questions and thoughts about the redistricting process. Okay, so I said before that first, because Supervisor Finch had already asked, I'm going to call on Supervisor Finch first, and then Supervisor Gabbard. So please go ahead, Supervisor Finch.
I forgot what I was going to ask you. I'll get back to you.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Finch. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
This will just be on the redistricting. I'll give my 2 cents worth on the size of the board later. I guess my questions maybe are for Jerry, and maybe Diane can give us some input. So you said you've got the blocks of population from the state. Can you tell us an idea of how those blocks have changed since 2010? Because I see that populations haven't really changed in numbers, but maybe where the populations are changing. Example, Oshkosh only went up by maybe 800 people, but maybe Fox Crossing is more. So just a synopsis of what you see with just the preliminary blocks.
At this point, again, we just received the numbers. We haven't really gone in and done any sort of analysis and comparisons to 2010. So no, we really don't know what kind of shifts may have occurred in population from one area of the county to the other, or you know. So it's really, we don't really, have anything to really tell you on that at this point, so.
Okay, and this is a statement, but also a question. The redistricting could start at any time if this board stayed at 36. Is that correct? Or it could start at any time if this board changed to 28. The redistricting, these two things are intertwined just because of the timing that this can take place. But you could do your maps with the board the way it is.
Yeah, well, we would need an established number or numbers in which to draw the maps. Yes, we are now ready to draw those maps.
Can you verify that the population didn't change that much, the total population for the county?
Yeah, Diane, do you have any?
I know that I got.
Yeah, she's got some specific overall numbers, I think.
What I mean is, I know I've got the 171, 370, and I've got the city of Oshkosh going up 816, but I don't have the population from 2010.
Yeah, go ahead, Diane, if you have some.
Excuse me, I do have some numbers here, just very broad numbers. Back in 2010, the total population of the county was 166,994. And with 36 districts, that's approximately 4,639 people per district. With 2020, the population now is 171,730. If you were to keep 36 districts, that would be approximately 4,770 people per district. If it were 28 districts, it would be approximately 6,133 people per district.
Okay, just a numbers thing, and this has nothing to do with what's coming up later. And just so you all realize, I think numbers count. I think 4,770 versus 6,000, or you say 1,400. We don't have numbers that coincide here. I think every person counts as a number, so this is really important to me how this redistricting comes together. You said that, so thank you, Diane, that answered my question. So Jerry, you said that the towns would have, or the rural districts, whatever you want to call us, we're towns, they would have a month. I think that's a fair shake, right? I mean.
Yeah, well, you know, that it's hoped that, you know, the towns and the cities, the villages are prepared to move ahead on this process, knowing that the normal process has been compressed. And so, you know, our message to the municipalities is to, you know, be ready if you can. And again, we are certainly there to assist you through that process.
And I think there's a good rapport between all the villages, the city of Amarillo, the village of Winnebago, Fox Crossing, and the towns. I think there's always been a good rapport between your department and those municipalities, don't you?
Sure.
You're always helping each other in ways.
Yes.
And, yeah. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox.
Jerry, while you're up there,
I'm sorry.
while you're up there, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
When did it start being an issue to begin with the county on a certified census rather than going to the town and the wards, going to the municipalities first and getting that information first and then drawing your maps? When did that start getting mixed up here?
Supervisor Cox, I really don't know the historical, background and all of that. When it started with the county, and then the wards are drawn by the local municipalities, and then it comes back to the county. That process, I'm not sure how old that statute is.
The flow of starting and ending a census, a certified census starts at the lowest end and comes to the county. It doesn't go the other way around.
Yeah. I'm
It
not
does
sure
not
when,
go
you know,
the other way around.
Yeah, I'm not sure of when that was established by state statute.
Well-
It's an old established process, so
We know for a fact that our numbers are growing in the village of Fox Crossing,
okay,
okay?
okay.
These estimates don't make a lot of sense to me because they're of years before. And suddenly we have access with a corridor of 41 and 10 open to us.
Sure.
To bring all of this business in and bring all of these people in. Now, I know for a fact that you start a census evaluation at the municipals and at the town levels before you bring them into the county. Period, end of story. Okay?
Okay.
And you can check it out anywhere.
No,
But that's the way it
sure.
rolls.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Is there any other county supervisor? Please, Vice Chairman Egan?
Thank you. I just have a question. When you redistrict, Jerry, and panel there, or committee, how do you go about that? Do you just take a certain number, which I know you do, and then count off, I'm going to say, like, bins there. He comes all the way from his, all the way over to Poigan. I go from Amro and all the east side, and I got part of the town of Amro, part of the city of Amro. Then I go around Amro, and I pick up that part. So how is that figured out? I really have a problem because, and it goes right up to Poigan there where Ben has to come down to, so I'm just wondering how this works and how you figure out your county, because I know for sure there's not equal amounts in each one.
Yeah, this is not an exact science because, you know, it really depends on where in the county you begin to draw the map. And many times as Diane begins to draw those maps, you start to, you know, start the building blocks, you start building that out, and a lot of times what might happen is you come to a dead end because that scenario or that starting point didn't work out. So you kind of say, okay, start at another point in the county, and you start drawing those out because you need to use all the census blocks as the building block for the supervisory districts. And those census blocks are what we receive from the state and the federal government. So, and each of those census blocks have different populations in them. So it's a whole building block process. And it's really sort of, you know, when one draws those maps, you end up drawing many different scenarios to start making a map or a couple of maps that start to make sense. Because again, it's really an unknown process until you start drawing those out. You build it, and you build and you build it, and you get to a point where sometimes it doesn't work because of the point you started. And so you know, that's, I don't know how else to say it, but you end up with a map that sometimes the districts look a little funny. There's no doubt about it, but it works, you know, from a equal representation standpoint. And we're required to stay within a certain deviation of 5% above or below, and you know, that's all based on court action in the past, but you know, we need to stay within a certain deviation of that pure number. So it's not an easy process, and it takes a considerable amount of time to come up with scenarios that actually end up coming out. It's like, you know, you got a Rubik's Cube, you know, you keep turning that thing, and every time you turn it, something else gets screwed up, and so you keep turning until it comes out. I've never been able to do a Rubik's Cube, but I'm just saying that that's how that whole that whole thing works. So we try to draw districts that make sense and that visually and geographically make sense. But you always seem to end up with a few that may not look visually acceptable, and so that's the way I can describe it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Egan. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My good friend Jim Egan once said something that was a very sage comment, and I think it's really apropos for this. He said, "This is a solution in search of a problem." The complication that we're running into is the fact that we want to cut the board from 36 to 28. If you leave the size alone, sure, there's going to be a little massaging of the sizes of the different districts, but nothing serious. Last census, my other good friend, or another of my good friends, Chuck Farey, took a piece of my district to gain what, Chuck? Was it 8 people? Yeah, but that's about it. Yeah. So anyway, if we keep the size the same, that saves these people a lot of sweat and effort and hair pulling. We might, again, massage the districts a little bit to gain. I gained over 200 people in my district. Town of Inland lost 15, so I'm sure Farey's going to poach some more. But I can accept that. This, again, it's a solution in search of a problem. Leave the board size alone and let's get on with life. Nobody is clamoring because we're spending an outrageous amount of money. We're pretty doggone frugal in what we're doing. And
Giving you a little latitude, is kind of debating the resolution, so
Yep.
maybe we should save it, okay, Supervisor Snyder?
Okay.
I gave you a little okay? Okay, so I'm going to call on Supervisor Binder on Zoom. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
My question would be, could you tell me, like, on the outlying areas, I would assume that's where we're going to lose the most supervisors, and what would your prediction be as far as the outside area? The city of Oshkosh and Fox Crossings, if anything we're going to gain, what do you see us losing in the outer area as far as supervisors? How many of the 8?
Director Bougie, I think that question was for you. I mean, I'm not sure if you can answer the question, to be honest, but he was asking is based on the census data you have, if it was reduced to 28, where would you potentially see the likely reductions based on what you know now of the census? And I really, you might not be able to answer it, but I'm interpreting his question. That's what he was asking, I think.
How could I possibly vote for it? And if you can't give me that answer, then we don't have the information.
Yeah, I mean, if the board size is, if the decision is to reduce the board size to 28, you know, we can draw that map using the census blocks, just as if you chose 36 or some other number. You have the census blocks to build the map, so we can. So I guess beyond that, I'm a little unclear of the.
Well, I'm just saying, if we're going to lose 8 positions, I know that I'm going to represent, say, 6,000 people in District 13 for the city of Oshkosh and part of the town of Oshkosh. I know, like, you get into the townships, they don't have, you'll take 3 townships to get 6,000 people. So do you feel that that's where the majority of the 8 positions are going to be lost, is in a rural area? You're going to have to get the people there to make a district. And if we're looking for 6,000 people per district, how many supervisors are we going to have to take out of the rural area to make that quota? I guess that was my statement. And I don't know how we can even make a decision when we don't know how it would look on a piece of paper. I mean, we're asking to reduce the size of a county board, and we would have no idea who we're representing. I guess you can't answer my question, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think it's fair based on Director Bougie that he's unable to answer that question. Now, remember, this is a two-step process. So whatever number of districts are determined, whether it's 28, whether it remains 36, there would be tentative maps that would be proposed, that would be evaluated both in the public forum as well as at the committee, and then finally at the county board level. So that would be coming in another phase after the actual number is determined. So just want to make sure we make sure that's clear. Is there any other county board supervisor who has any questions about the redistricting? Once again, we're holding the debate about size when we get to the actual resolution later this evening. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public informational hearing on the redistricting. So once again, we will actually have the resolution to debate later on this evening. So now we'll move on to the next items, which are zoning reports and ordinances. We have 3 of them. So the first one is report number 001. Molly Beck, Patricia A. Ratchik, Stephen T. Ratchik, Matthew J. Zingenhagen, Town of Amro. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Ellis. If we could open up the mic for Supervisor Ellis.
Report number 001.
That was a motion and a second to approve report number 001. We'll open it up for any discussion. And if anyone on Zoom, they would just need to raise their Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay or raise their Zoom hand. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. That's a mandatory ordinance number 0800121, rezoning from B2A2 community business / general agriculture to B3/A2 regional business / general agriculture for tax parcel numbers 016-0385-05, as well as 016-0385-04, and finally, as well as 016-0385 parent P. I'll once again call on Supervisor Ellis.
Mandatory ordinance number 0800121.
There was a motion and a second to approve a mandatory ordinance number 0800121. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. That's a mandatory ordinance number 080221. Town of Vinland, on behalf of Terry and Leah Locke, rezoning from B3 general business to B2 highway business park for tax parcel number 026-0581-01. I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of a mandatory ordinance 080221, identified as report number 2.
Second. There's a motion and a second to approve a mandatory ordinance number 080221. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on to a mandatory ordinance number 080321. Town of Clayton, on behalf of JBL Real Estate Investments, rezoning from R2 Suburban Residential District to R3 Two-Family Residential District for tax parcel numbers 006-0348-01-05, as well as 006-0348-01-06, 006-0348-01-07, and finally 006-0348-01-08. I'll call on Supervisor Youngquist. I'll open up Supervisor Youngquist's mic for a motion. There was a motion from Supervisor Youngquist, and there was a second to approve a mandatory ordinance number 080321. I'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. That completes our zoning reports and ordinances. So we'll move on down to resolutions and ordinances. Our first one is resolution number 192-08-2021. Commendation for John Fink. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen. If we could please open the mic for Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution 192-08-2021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 192-08-2021. Please proceed.
For over 40 years, John Fink served constituents on behalf of elected officials. After 18 years working for Congressman Toby Roth, John was hired by County Executive Jane Vandehei in May of 1997. He served Winnebago County's next two executives for over 24 years and retired earlier this month. John is committed to service and his family. He served for decades as the athletic director at his children's school. John and his wife frequently attend their grandkids' sporting events and will spend time at the family cottage in Shawano with their two dogs. It is likely John will make his way from Fox Crossing to Oshkosh from time to time for a burger and Pepsi at Pete's Garage. We thank John for his decades of service and wish him the best in his retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So once again, there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 192-08-2021. Any other discussion? We'll do, please, Supervisor Finch, if we could open up Supervisor Finch's mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally known John for quite a while, and this individual was one super nice person. I mean, he would go out of his way, stay over, do whatever for the best of our people. So, John, congratulations. Have a fantastic, fantastic day, year, forever. Take care, young man.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. Certainly well-deserved retirement. So any other comments? We'll once again do a voice vote then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. That's the final item on the first page. It's resolution number 193-08-2021. Commendation for Kathleen Sternot. For that, I'll once again call on Supervisor Rasmussen. If you could please open up the mic for Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution 193-08-2021.
There's a motion and a second. Please go ahead and proceed, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Kathleen Sternot, better known as Kay, was a highly dedicated nurse at Parkview Health Center for 27 years, starting in July 1994. Kay always had the best interests of the residents in mind and loved sharing her beautiful artwork with others to brighten their day. We congratulate Kay for a job well done and send best wishes for the next chapter of her life. Thank you again, Kay, for all your years of dedication and support as a registered nurse here at Parkview.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So once again, there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 193-08-2021. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. And that motion carries. So moving on to the next item, it's the top of the second page. We're on resolution number 194-08-2021. Commendation for Diana Ulrich. I'll once again call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution 194-08-2021.
There is a motion and a second. Please proceed, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Diana Ulrich started at the airport on February 18, 1991. After brief stints with the Human Resources and Maintenance departments, she returned to the airport, where she served with 4 different airport directors over her career. Diana has done an outstanding job serving all of the airport staff needs, working with a number of departments, including HR, Finance, Facilities, IS, and others in order to ensure the smooth operation of the airport. Diana has always had a positive attitude and carried herself in a professional and courteous manner in accommodating both our tenants and users' needs and those of the general public. Diana's final day with Winnebago County was on August 4th. We wish her the best in retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. I certainly remember how conscientious she was when I worked with her on the Aviation Committee earlier in my tenure, so I certainly recall how conscientious and dedicated she was. So there was a motion and a second to approve Resolution number 194-08-2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. That's Resolution number 195-08-2021. Authorize Winnebago County Planning Department to develop supervisory districts based on a county board size comprised of 28 supervisors. So before I go to Supervisor Wingard, just so everyone's aware, we've heard a lot of discussion. What's important is this is actually a resolution about direction, okay? This is the recommendation of 28, but the most important point is that we give some sort of direction tonight to our zoning department. With that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Wingard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of Resolution 195-8-2021.
There's a motion and a second to approve Resolution number 195-08-2021.
I'd like to add
Please
to
go ahead.
what you said. As someone mentioned earlier, my key during this whole thing is we need to, now say it with me now, focus. Tonight we're going to focus on one thing, the size of the board, not committees, not rural versus urban. That's not a valid thing here. The first thing, we have to determine the population. Jerry's in the process of doing that now. We have those numbers. The second thing, and we have to do this tonight, is to determine the number of this board. There are two choices, 20, that I can see, 36, the same, or we change it to 28. Then we take that population, divide it by 36, or 28, and we get the number of people each supervisor will represent. Remember, the key to this whole process, as we focus, is people pick their representatives. The representatives don't pick the people. That's why I get a little bit irritated when people say, my district this and my seat that. No, it's not. It's the people's. So tonight, please let us vote one way or the other. Vote yes for 28, no for 28. That's up to you. But let us vote because we are giving direction to the Planning and Zoning Department to draw these maps. And they have to have it now. Again, this is the hand that was dealt us. It isn't the ideal hand. It's certainly not the hand that your Judiciary Committee had planned all along. We did not plan on going this fast. So that argument is not our fault or anything like that. We're going to focus tonight, please, 28 or 36.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Now I see a couple call-ins, so I will call on you. You're second in line, so one before you. So first I'll call on Supervisor Powers, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I took a number of notes, so some of these points are not going to necessarily flow all that smoothly, but I had some comments to make. I will say at this point, I'm looking at voting no on this, but I'm willing to listen and hear what others have to say. Someone had suggested, one of the speakers, one of the members of the community had said that he was concerned about walking quorums. All of us on the county board know that that is completely illegal and are not engaging in that. I think I'd like to be able to say that I can guarantee we are not doing walking quorums. I checked the Winnebago County calendar. There are meetings of the 47 committees and commissions are mostly held during business hours between 9 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. There's one at 6:30 and one at 7 p.m. This already makes the board available really to retirees and upper management who can get time off for county meetings because other people cannot do that. I know that Supervisor Gordon has a job and her boss will not give her time off to attend meetings. She goes to her committee meeting and takes that as a hit against her salary. Reducing the size will not make us more responsive to the people that we are serving. There are some agenda items which elicit dozens and dozens and dozens of emails, letters, and phone calls. None of us has a staff to vet all these things. We're on our own to spend our time, which we're not paid for, to answer these questions. We were given some information about other counties and how they run things. If I attend 12 board meetings a year, I make $900. Marathon County is paying about $6,000 in a salary to people who are sitting on county boards. So making the comparison of, well, they've only got this many and we have all this large group, it's not really a good comparison if we have people that we're being judged by with salaries of $6,000 when we're making $900 in a year. With 47 meetings per month and 3 to 5 county board members on a council or a commission, I don't understand the numbers that we were given that would be about 3 boards per 3 committee meetings per supervisor. The numbers don't seem to add up. I have 3 myself, but I know that there are some supervisors here who have 7 or more boards that they sit on. I don't see that that's working out. I understand the fear of smaller rural communities and villages. I live in Oshkosh, so I'm not one of those smaller ones, but I understand their fear. I spent most of my adult life in small parishes and often feel like the larger congregations run the agenda for the whole diocese. So I do understand that fear that the smaller groups are having. One suggestion might be to reduce the size by attrition. If a board member dies or moves out of his or her district, you could drop it by that one person. Then you could see how much difference that's making in the amount of work that's being done. Supervisor Shorzy talked about getting signatures, and I understood her correctly. She had 2 years to get signatures. Well, she was appointed to her position. Those of us who ran had about 6 weeks in the worst weather possible in December to get our signatures in. You can't start a day early and you can't run it a day late. You have to go when you go, and you don't get 2 years to get your signatures. So maybe I misunderstood what she was saying, but I had about 6 weeks. I didn't have 2 years. So those of us who are actually running for election have a very finite period of time to collect signatures. I already mentioned that. The suggestion that we contact all of our constituents, we're not given or provided a list of names, addresses, phone numbers, emails for everyone or even anyone in our district. And putting flyers in a restaurant and holding some kind of meeting, there's exactly one restaurant in my district. I think it's Dublin's. I think that's the only restaurant in my district. I would need to go to an awful lot of restaurants to find people from my district who are going to those places. And then once I do that, how am I supposed to have money to rent a room to hold these listening sessions? At $900, I don't have the money to do that. And possibly there's some places that just give it away, but I kind of doubt that during evening meal time that restaurants want to give away space that they may or may not get any money for. I've already mentioned the Marathon County, so I won't go into that one again. The time that I spend that's not at a county board meeting, the hours and hours and hours for a couple of weeks every year that I spend poring over the budget, that's unpaid work, but I do it because it's important to do. And department heads know that I contact them and say, and I question things on the budget. So I am very focused about making sure that I go over the budget carefully and contact people with questions that I have before the meetings, and that's unpaid. $900 a year. Good luck those of you who want to apply for these jobs and run for these things. There's very little power, and there's certainly not any money. That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. I see a number of other call-ins, so next we'll go to Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Albrecht. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment to Resolution 195. I am moving to amend the numbers, first of all, in the first paragraph, and I'll read it. Authorize Winnebago County Planning Department to develop supervisor districts based on the county board size, comprised of 36 supervisors. I further offer an amendment to line 35, where it states 28 supervisors. I amend that to 36. Line number 39, be it further resolved by the County Board of Supervisors that there shall be 36, not 28, supervisor districts created within Winnebago County. If I might, Mr. Chairman.
And just to reiterate though, so everyone's on the same page.
Yes, sir.
We're essentially changing the number 28 to 36 on line 35, changing the number 28 to 36 on line 39, and changing the 28 to 36 in the title of the resolution.
Correct.
Very good, please go ahead.
Let me start by thanking the 6 towns that brought forward either resolutions or proclamations. Town of Vinland, Neenah, Town of Clayton, Town of Winnebago, Town of Rushford, and Town of Oshkosh. I really thank you for your support. And all of the towns in this county understand the situation, and I am deeply grateful for their support. I also want to take a minute and thank Mr. Norton for his email that was sent out specific to Marathon County. I found that to be quite enlightening, so thank you very much. And most importantly, let me thank our constituents that are here tonight voicing their opinion to not support 28. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We need to listen to that. Thank you.
Let's hold our applause on the county board floor.
And if I might, Mr. Chairman, I do ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you. We will do so, Supervisor Fari. So just so we're all on the same page, the debate now is about the amendment to change in the 3 different places where it says 28 to 36. So that's the discussion and debate going forward until we resolve that debate. So next, I'm going to call on Supervisor Albrecht, followed by Supervisor Finch. Please go ahead, Supervisor Albrecht.
I was going to change it to a different number, but I'll wait until he's done with his 36.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Albrecht. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Finch, followed by Supervisor Nussbaum. Please go ahead, Supervisor Finch. If we could open up the mic for Supervisor Finch.
Now I'm open. I go along with the 36, and for the new people, I'm one of the oldest people on the board, both ways. But the point is this, 36, everybody in your communities have the opportunity of being watched, taken care of, and voted for. You start cutting the board, and what's going to happen is that the good old boys is going to control it, and the people in the distance that's not from the area, they're going to pay their bills, but they're not going to get any help. And like I say, I've got 29 years, pushing 30, I've watched it, and some of the other people, especially some of the people up there, has watched it. And why should we do this? We are Winnebago County, and we want to take care of our citizens. To try to take it away is wrong. And anybody who doesn't feel this way, of course, vote no. But I'm hoping everybody votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. So before we go to the next person, just so all the county supervisors know who are on Zoom, I have recognized and see where you are, so to speak, in the queue as best as I can, and I got it written down in succession. So I'll call on the next person, and I'll let you know who's, so to speak, on deck. So I just didn't want the folks who are on Zoom think that I don't see their hands up, and I have them on a list. It's a rather long list of 7 or 8 already. So next, I will call on Supervisor Nussbaum, followed by Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In July, I attended the Wisconsin Towns Association meeting, and they had much opposition to this 28. So that opened my eyes to that there was a lot of people against this. So then since then, I've been talking to people, and it's overwhelming how many people want to keep it at 36. And a lot of the arguments I heard was that they don't want their voice diluted, you know, going from one voice of 4,000 to one voice of 6,000. They just don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Nussbaum. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
So as you might guess, I'm in favor of 36 because I live in a township. I represent part of the city and part of my township. Our town is very concerned that they will lose their voice, and I believe they will lose their voice. I have walked the streets in my town, and I have talked to my constituents in my township. I have called people in the city of Oshkosh. I haven't had one person tell me, yeah, 28 is super duper, but let's keep 36, at least I know where to find you, and I can talk to you about things, whether it's in the city or whether it has anything to do with the township. My whole neighborhood would come tonight, but they thought maybe I could just represent them because you'd never get them back out of here because they would take up all your time. We are a strong town. We want to be represented, but I also fairly represent items on the county board that have to do with the whole county of Winnebago. I don't care about Outagamie County. I don't care about Fond du Lac County. I am voted on to work for this county. I don't care if so-and-so has 30. I don't care if somebody has 70. This county works efficiently with 36. One example is how we got the airport building built. This whole county board, some people are not on it anymore. We had a unanimous vote to build that building. We had city people, village people, Omro people, Winnebago people that sit on this board. They all sat down, they listened to the presentations, and they voted to put that building up. We have a beautiful building out there thanks to all of my colleagues on this board who come from all walks of life and all municipalities. I feel if you change it to 28, the voice of the rural villages, cities like Omro, they will lose their voice. We have now 7 letters from towns who took it upon themselves to write these letters and say, please don't let us lose our voice. There is no way you can convince me that they won't lose their voice. We had town chairmen come tonight that took time out of their schedule to come here and talk to you. You have to listen to the other sector of the county. They all make up the 171,000 people. It's unfortunate that we have a time crunch for redistricting. If you vote to keep 36, we're on our way tomorrow morning. So I would appreciate you voting in favor of this amendment put forth by Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Let's hold applause on the county board floor. Next speaker is Supervisor Defferting, followed on Zoom by Supervisor Lenz. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm absolutely in favor of keeping it at 36. And one of the things that I really like about being on the county board is that anyone can run. Anyone. The janitor at the local supermarket can run and win. The machinist at the local machine shop can run and win. The local, your favorite teacher can run and win. Anyone can run and be a part of this community. And it's kind of almost like the last bastion of where the every person can run and be a part of this community. When we increase that district from 4,300 or 4,500 to 6,000, it's very much the nickels and dimes. It makes that. It means that that janitor at the local supermarket would have to get more money and get more clout in order to run and win. And we have to remind ourselves that local government is focusing on local, not the government part of it. So we have to keep that in mind. And looking also at all of the other counties too for Wisconsin, there's well over like 35 to 40 different counties that actually has a less supervisor to supervisor ratio to the population. So, I mean, if anything, if the population went up in Winnebago County, we should have even more supervisors rather than less. We should be looking at maybe 38 or 39 supervisors. So I think that that's kind of the direction we should take rather than reducing it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferty. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Lenz on Zoom, and that'll be followed by Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I just want to echo a few statements from my fellow supervisors. I agree with Supervisor Gabbert. You know, we need to focus on our county. I think it's very important that we understand what the other counties do around the state. It definitely gives us some ideas of what we could do. But I think if we look around, we talk to folks, I believe that the majority of the people here are happier with a number closer to 36 than 28. But I wanted to add on to what Supervisor Defferty said. I've had the opportunity in these last 4 years to assist with a state assembly candidate. And they have smaller districts compared to most other state level positions, but they're large districts compared to ours. And it takes a lot of effort to campaign and to stay connected with large districts. Now, I understand at the state level, there's only so much you can do because you can't, you know, it's tough to have a legislative body that's in the thousands. But we do have that opportunity here at the county to keep smaller districts and to have representation closer to the people, to the individual people. I think that if we were to increase the amount of people per district, we're going to run into a couple challenges. One, the size alone will intimidate people from running. We already have a hard enough time trying to get people to run. I know the counter argument would be that there's more people in that district, which increases chances a second person could run. But I can tell you right now, it's discouraging to run in a large campaign or campaign than it is when you can easily walk your district and hit every house with door knocking, not just dropping lit. These are part-time jobs, you know, for us, and some of us do it voluntarily. And if you make it so that there's more on the plate for the individual, again, you're going to be discouraging people from running in the future. So I definitely support Supervisor Fari's 36, but I do want to have one question. If we do not go with the 28 and we go with the amendment of 36, do we have, as the board, the opportunity, and this might go to council, do we have the opportunity in the next 10 years to change the number, or do we have to wait till the next census? And to that point, do we, in the next year or two, have the opportunity to change it if we feel like we've made the wrong decision of sticking with 36?
Corporation Counsel, do you have some thoughts in regards to this question? Corporation Counsel Mary Ann Miller is going to step to the podium.
The number, once you decide it, can only be changed once every 10 years. I've spoken with planning and zoning regarding that. So that is my understanding. And please correct me if you have a different understanding.
Very good. Anything further, Supervisor Lenz?
Thank everybody for coming out. I think it was great to hear your voices. We have both perspectives in the county, and there's definitely a lot of passion around keeping the numbers down, the number of people per district down.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz, and thank you, Corporation Counsel and Director Bougie. So next, we will call on Supervisor Buck, followed by Supervisor Eisen on deck, and Supervisor Binder in the hall. So next is Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the Finance Director, Vicki Fitzgerald, a quick question. What is our current bond rating as we sit today?
Director Fitzgerald?
Yep. Oh, there we go. Currently, it is AA1.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So just, you know, I don't know how much more I can add to this conversation, but like to throw my 2 cents in. When I ran for county board in 2016, knocked on doors, and 28, you know, both years, 2016, 2018, and when I've been talking to my neighbors, my friends, in District 24, not one time does the size of the board come up. What comes up is the you know, the roads, at the time in 2016 was the airport, that kind of stuff like that. But not one single conversation on the doors, and I had hundreds of them, did the issue or the function of this board come up. So I'm proud of the work that this board does. Obviously, having a AA bond rating, population increase in Winnebago County is a good thing for everybody, the citizens of this county. So I just like everybody to look around in this room and realize that our diversity is our strength here. We have young folks, we have experienced folks, we have men, we have women, and I appreciate this opportunity, and reducing the size would give less people the opportunity to Supervisor Defferdine's point. So thank you, Supervisor Fari, for making the amendment. I hope my colleagues support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Buck. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen, followed by Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I firmly believe the reduction of the county board to 28.
Supervisor Eisen, if you maybe could speak a little closer to the mic, just so everyone can hear you as best as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Next speaker is Supervisor Binder, followed by Supervisor Shorsey. So Supervisor Binder on Zoom. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
I'd just like to say that I will be supporting this. The basically reduction of 8 supervisors would amount to a savings of $12,000. I think one of the best assets this county has is this county board. I mean, if you look at the talent that sits on that county board, the jobs they had when they were in the workforce, the ones that are younger, that are basically meeting before their meetings, before their day's work, they're doing a meeting at 6:30 because they work all day. They don't want to have to take a half a day of vacation. I mean, they're dedicated to this county. And if you look at, like, we got a AA bond rating. We're one of the few counties. We don't have a 0.5% sales tax, people. You know, that would generate $15 million if we had a 0.5% sales tax. But we would just be taking that away from our citizens that need that money to survive. Outagamie County put that 0.5% sales tax. That gave Outagamie $20 million. But they took that from the people of that county. They didn't create a product. They're not like a business. If we put a sales tax on, we take it from the people. Because you have a board that watches that budget, we basically look at that for weeks. We question it. You're a good financially shaped county, and I think that the 36 of us do an excellent job, and you're getting a lot of value for your money, and I would like to see it stay at 36. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. We'll move on to the next speaker. That's Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Lautenschlager. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to share a fun fact. In my district, okay, so I have 4,600 some people in my district. I have 625 registered voters, And in the last election, 425 people voted for county board supervisor. So when you're talking about what you're really, really, really working with, yes, we do represent people, you know, all the 4,600 whatever, because that's our job. But when you talk about who is actually engaged in your communities and such, it puts the workload, if that's a concern of yours, or representation for that matter, in the proper perspective. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Lautenschlager, followed by Supervisor Stafford. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Thank you, Chair. I definitely agree with, I support Supervisor Fari's amendment, but I do kind of take a little offense to, you know, the handout here for the possible benefits, you know, competition in elected positions. Okay, I can kind of go with that. But then it says translated into qualified, experienced, you know, engaged candidates. I mean, are they saying we're not qualified now? I mean, and it was said here before, let that be up to my constituents and the voters in my district if they think I'm qualified to run for this position. If I'm not, then they can have somebody run against me. I just don't agree with you know, doing. And I always kind of go on. I mean, we have a position in the county right now, our county coroner. You don't even have to have any experience to be a coroner. You just have to be elected, you know. So it's kind of like, you know, leave it up to my constituents and the voters in my district to determine if I'm qualified or not. And I definitely want to thank all the people who came out today because, I mean, I value their opinions in what they've come out to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lautenschlager. Next, we'll have Supervisor Stafford, followed by Supervisor Ellis. Please go ahead, Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm the newest guy here. I think I've been here for maybe just a few months, so it's fantastic. And so the history is really good, and it really helps me understand kind of how we got to this point. And that gives perspective, which is really good. And I appreciate that. Thank you. But I cannot support moving it down to 28, and I absolutely support keeping it at 36 because I can only look at this from my perspective to this point, which is I kind of grew up in business. And I look at the plan, and I expressed this when I saw it first, is there's not much substance to this plan. There's more rigor that needs to be involved, more information, more current information. I mean, honestly, all I saw was stuff from 2010 and earlier. And so what I did is I went out and I actually came up with newer information. I actually sourced data from the census using 2019 data estimated, but it came from the federal government, so I know that it's perfect. Because from the federal government, it has to be perfect. And I looked at a variety of things. I don't understand why we couldn't have done that as well, but there are a few metrics that I just really do want to point out that doesn't make sense to me. And one of them is looking at the absolute number of supervisors, because that's not how we interact with people, right? We're here for people. And actually, the better metric, proven better metric, is per capita. And I think it was mentioned earlier, and I have the data, but I'm not going to belabor with the data. We rank 60th out of 72 counties in terms of per capita, meaning that we have a rather low per capita, which is a good thing. So, or rather high if you look at it that way. So for us, I don't really see the significant issue with that. And I look at this and I look at the implications. I really don't see what the big why is for our residents. I don't see the big benefit. I mean, I see some rationale. Some of it's okay, I suppose, but I just don't see it. I think that we have to have more thought on those implications. I think we have to have better current community engagement and a plan for the rollout. And, you know, actually, my first day here was April 20th. And at that meeting, it was also, I think, one of the first days for County Executive Damo. And he had a recommendation. He wanted to do something. And the county board went after him on that. And you know what? They said, you need more rigor and you need more rationale, which I agree. But I look at what was done here, and I would make that same argument. And I'm a big believer in that what we require of others, we require of ourselves. And we must live under that same set of expectations. So I hope that as we continue evolving this work, that we definitely keep that in mind. So with that, I am going to be supporting the 36. Thank you.
Let's hold our applause on the county board floor. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Supervisor Stafford. Next, we'll call on Supervisor Ellis, followed by Supervisor Conrad on Zoom. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to add one more thing, what Chuck Farley said today was the town of Alma voted unanimously to go to 36 today, so that's also something new. And as I said on the Judiciary Committee, I called a couple people that were on the Judiciary today that said, I'm gonna vote for 36. I'm changing my mind from the time that I said on the Judiciary in April. I said, I think 36 is where we should be. So I called two people on the Judiciary, and the reasons were many. The townships and the constituents say do not want reduced representation, and this seems to be rushing. What we're doing today is rushing in this deal. We are in a situation where John said that it has to be done tonight. And so that's another thing that was bothering me, but I know it has to be done. And definite census information was needed, and this came in. Number of districts does not determine the quality of the board members. Never did, never will. And so I'm telling you that I changed my mind quite a period of time since April, that I think 36 is the right people to have on the county board.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellis. Next speaker is Supervisor Conrad on Zoom, followed by Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Conrad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment. I was contacted by several of my constituents in District 14, and the majority of those who contacted me were in favor of the 28 supervisors rather than the 36. I think it's a foregone conclusion based on the comments that this amendment probably is going to pass. I guess I come back to something Supervisor Lenz said as far as in the next 10 years, can this be changed? And I'm wondering, is our board the correct people to even make this decision? Or should this be a future referendum question? Not for now, you know, but I'm looking at 2 years down the road. If we look at resizing it, would a referendum be appropriate?
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Conrad. Next speaker is Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a tough one because I've been hearing pretty much for my 10 years I've been on this board from constituents and people, why is the county board so big? I've always kind of supported reducing the number. I've heard a lot of opposition to that tonight. So I don't have a strong opinion either way. But here's a couple things that notes I was taking when different people were talking. I hear this urban versus rural. Well, I'm not sure which one I am because I represent an urban township. So I guess I'm kind of maybe I stand alone on this. I don't see it as urban versus rural. I would have to say in my 10 years that at least 99% of the votes and decisions and things that I've talked about were for the good of the county, not for my district, because what's good for the county is good for my district. And I sit here trying to think of one thing where the districts in the city did something to the districts in the townships. I can't think of one. So that urban versus rural thing, I don't get it. I've seen north versus south of this county in 10 years, but not that. Another thing, a few years ago, I was at one of the conferences and they did a statewide poll. And the poll said that only 17% of the people in the state actually knew the name of their county board supervisor. So that tells me that all this rhetoric tonight about representation and everything else, they don't even know your name. 17% know your name. Think about that. You know, if you're representing a few more people, it's not going to matter. Another thing I heard was about listening, or people that don't know what's going on in the county. One thing I found is that, this last year we've had a lot of people attending on Zoom and meetings because of mostly COVID issues. But before that, other than a racetrack, there's pretty much never anybody that comes to the board meetings. Most people that come to board meetings from the public are single issue people. They have one thing on their mind of something that the board is doing that month. The next month, you never see them again. I saw people here tonight talking, kind of yelling and screaming at us that I've never seen at a board meeting in 10 years. Now all of a sudden they care about being represented. Another one said about that we're elected. Well, 36 people, how many do we have that are actually opposition, have opposition? 2 a year? How many, Mr. Chairman, how many people have you appointed to this board because nobody would run for the positions?
I believe it's 4.
Yeah. So, and when it was brought up about the write-in votes, that's true. I think we had one board member one time that got in with 2 write-in votes, him and his spouse. That's not representation. And nothing against the people that you appointed, but that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed you do that because nobody ran for those positions. And because of that, I always supported lowering the number, because you'd look at it. I mean, one year I had a primary one year, remember that? 2 people ran against me. That was unheard of, unheard of. So competition is a good thing. When you're just running term after term after term, the same people, term after term after term, that's not an election. That's just showing up and apathy. That's what that is. And 36 board members, when 34 or 35 are just assumed in again because nobody runs against them, that's apathy. I heard that this is all about power. I don't know what more power I would have if there was 28 or 10 or 30 or 38 board members. I don't get it. And as far as the rural versus urban, I understand the supervisors in the western part of the state that have a lot of distance if you, a lot of territory, but it's broken up on people. We represent people, not farm fields. And yes, it's a lot more convenient for those who live in the cities to go door to door and things like that, but it's still the same representation no matter what this board decides. I'm going to vote, well, I'm not sure how I'm voting because I don't know which amendment we're going to have to end up voting, because I believe Supervisor Albrecht's going to come in with a number, and I'm looking forward to hearing that number, actually. But I'm going to vote for the lower number just because of these reasons. and I'm not strong opinion on it, if it stays at 36, I'm fine with that. But I think that there's just some other sides to this that needed to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Finch. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
I was waiting for Supervisor Rasmussen to speak because he always speaks so well, so I thank you for your information. I never, and if you assume that it's me that says city versus town, that's not true. I don't want people to lose a voice. I want people to run for this. I didn't like the innuendo stated earlier that we'll get competitive people to run. That bothered me a lot. I had no experience to run for county board. I served our township for over 40 years as treasurer, so I have some kick in the game in the rural side. But this will probably puzzle some of you. I represent the prisoners at OCI, and they can't vote. I even went there thinking, oh, when I first ran for this job, I can go to the prison and I can get them to sign my papers. No, you can't, because they won't let you in and they can't sign your papers. So now I'm getting a bunch of letters from people that realize I represent that group of people, and they are people, but they can't vote either. So, but they're in my population. So I found that kind of interesting. And people are sending me letters, don't forget about the prisoners. I don't forget about them, but they can't vote. So I have a funky district, I call it, because it's split. My town is on the west side and some is on the east side, so I'm one of those funky districts that probably when you get done with your blocks, Jerry, I don't fit in anywhere. I came tonight, and I wasn't going to say this, but I think that if it's reduced to 28, I lose, because I think they could take the west side of my district and split it up, and they could take the east side and give some to perhaps Conrad's, Supervisor Conrad's district. So I am speaking for myself. Yes, I can run election. When I first ran for this office, I ran as a write-in. I didn't know how to run. Nobody filed papers. So I thought, you know what? I want to be county board supervisor. So I got the money out and I got postcards and I went door to door and I spent a lot of money. I won. Next time I was opposed, and we went to the League of Women Voters, and the two of us debated. And I walked in there thinking, oh boy, this isn't going to work. I'm not a good debater. I walked out afterwards, after I listened to my opponent answer the questions, I go, you just lost this baby, because one of the things was, I want a county sales tax. I didn't say that, but he did. He lost. So now I've been on for quite a few years, since 2008. Yes, I'm unopposed, but anybody can run. I've asked young people in my town, you want to run? I don't have time. Not right now. I'm too busy. I don't want to be in government. So I still feel a lot of us that are on here are very competent to be on this board. I wouldn't want to make the decision with the mapping who leaves and who stays, but some of us will leave, and I think I'm one of them. Or my district is one of them, I should say. So I think we could resolve this whole issue tonight, vote yes on Supervisor Fari's resolution amendment, and we get on with it, and we move on, and I think we do a good job, you guys. I think we all do a good job on this board. And it would make sense to just vote tonight to keep it 36, and the Planning and Zoning Department can do their thing and get those maps drawn up, and we see how our districts change. If you don't like the idea of 36 and don't want to work with 36 of us, then don't run again. It's as simple as that. And if you think we need competition, go out and find somebody to run against somebody. They're out there. I can tell you there's 10 districts that there are people that are waiting to run against, because now the people have spoke their piece. They've come to the meetings. They've been on Zoom. They're watching, and they've said, if you don't think you're making a decision for the constituents, we're going to vote you out. So some of us may be threatened with that. I'm not threatened with that, because if you run and you beat me, you beat me. But the people are more involved in the last 2 years than I've ever seen people involved. I think that's good. I do think people know who we are in our districts because they care. And I've heard good things about a lot of us on this board. not about myself, but about you guys, how you're there to answer questions. You always answer emails. You dig into things for them. I think our community is happy. If they don't know who you are, then you need to let them know who you are. But I know a lot of them know who we are. So I ask you to support Supervisor's Fari resolution. Then I wanted to ask you, how do you call for the question? Do I just say, can we call for the question? Then I call for the question.
All right, there's a motion and a second to call the previous question. That is not debatable. So what that means is we will go to a vote to end debate. If that passes, then we go directly to a vote in regards to the amendment, okay? All right, so now we have to take a vote on calling the question now, all right? So that's going to require a 2/3 majority, just so everyone knows. It's not a simple majority. It requires 2/3 to essentially end debate. So we'll do a roll call. Please.
If another supervisor has an amendment to that motion or to that amendment, how does that work?
So if we're calling the previous question and debate is ended, then we go directly to a vote on the 36. If the 36 passes, we don't take any more amendments. We go to a vote on it as amended. Correct. Correct. Okay, so we all clear? So the motion on the table right now is to call the previous question to end debate. It's going to require a 2/3 majority, both between us in person and on Zoom, to do that. All 36 members are present, which that would mean it would require 24. Okay, very good. We'll have the county clerk call the roll.
Supervisor Konetsky. He's on the phone, but it looks like his phone is muted. Supervisor Brunn.
Yes. That was a yes.
Is that a yes? Supervisor Borchert? Yes. Supervisor Eisen? Yes. Supervisor Ramos?
Yes.
Supervisor Defferding? Yes. Supervisor Lenz?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I heard Supervisor Konetsky. He said yes. Supervisor Newhoff?
Lenz is a yes.
And Supervisor Lenz, I heard yes, thank you. Supervisor Newhoff? Supervisor Nussbaum? Yes. Supervisor Stafford? Yes. Supervisor Albrecht? Supervisor Gabbert? Supervisor Binder?
Yes.
Supervisor Conrad?
Yes.
Supervisor Shorsey? Yes. Supervisor Belante?
Yes.
Supervisor Gordon?
Yes.
Supervisor Wingren? Supervisor Lautenschlager? Supervisor Norton? Supervisor Warnke? Supervisor Zelmer?
Yes.
Supervisor Skelliger? Supervisor Buck? Supervisor Powers? Supervisor Locke? Supervisor Cox? Supervisor Finch? Supervisor Youngquist? Thumbs up, okay. Supervisor Fari? Supervisor Rasmussen? Supervisor Keller? Supervisor Egan? Supervisor Ellis? Supervisor Snyder? Supervisor Jose? Supervisor Newhoff, I don't know if you're,
He's got a check mark, which means yes.
okay, 35.
So that's 35 to call the previous question, and there were no votes to not call the previous question, correct? All right, so that certainly passes. So we've called the previous question, which means we go to a direct vote on the amendment. And just as a reminder, the amendment is to change the number 28 to 36 on lines 35, 39, and in the title, okay? That's what we're voting on. If that passes, then we are on the main motion as amended, okay? So we'll once again call the roll for that.
Konetsky? Aye. Supervisor Brunn?
No.
Supervisor Borchert? Yes. Supervisor Eisen?
Yes.
Supervisor Ramos?
Yes.
Supervisor Defferding? Yes. Supervisor Lenz?
Yes.
Supervisor Newhoff? see her. Supervisor Nussbaum? Yes. Supervisor Stafford? Yes. Supervisor Albrecht? Yes. Supervisor Gabbert? Yes. Supervisor Binder?
Yes.
Supervisor Conrad?
Yes.
Supervisor Shorsey? No. Supervisor Belante?
Yes.
Supervisor Gordon?
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren? No. Supervisor Lautenschlager? Aye. Supervisor Norton? Aye. Supervisor Warnke? See him. Okay. Supervisor Zelmer?
Aye.
Supervisor Skellinger? Aye. Supervisor Buck? Aye. Supervisor Powers? Aye. Supervisor Locke? Aye. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Finch?
Yes.
Supervisor Youngquist? Thumbs up. Supervisor Fari? Yes. Supervisor Rasmussen? Supervisor Keller? Yes. Supervisor Egan?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellis? Yes. Supervisor Snyder?
Yes.
Supervisor Jose?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 noes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30. Do you have 30? 30 to 4.
So that amendment passes 30 to 4. So now we are on the main motion as amended. So the verbiage is the exact same verbiage, except the number is now 36 instead of 28 in those 3 areas. So is there any discussion on the main motion as amended? We'll open it up for anyone, any county board supervisor in person. Excuse me? You can call the question. Okay, is there a second? There's a motion and a second to call the previous question. That is not debatable. So we'll go to a vote. Instead of doing a roll call, we're just going to try to do a voice vote. If it's not clear, we'll do a roll call. But all those in favor of calling the previous question, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. That clearly passed. So we have called the question. So now we are going to go to a direct vote on the main motion as amended. Now, we can do this as a voice vote. Someone asked for, but we can try a voice vote. We just need a simple majority. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to try this as a voice vote. Okay? So this is as amended with 36 districts. The other languages, it stays the same. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. That motion carries. So thanks everyone for the vigorous debate. I think that's wonderful. That's what we're here for. So thank you. Okay. Moving on down to the next resolution. The next resolution is resolution number 196-08-2021. Authorize Winnebago County. And I was remiss, thank you to the public certainly for being here and for being here this length. Appreciate your attendance and all your thoughts this evening, so thank you. Next resolution is resolution number 196-08-2021. Authorize Winnebago County to accept the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds established by the American Rescue Plan Act, otherwise known as ARPA, in the amount of $16,695,459, with expenditures to be appropriated at a future time. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution number 196-08-2021, and after the second, could I speak?
Absolutely. There's a motion and a second. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
I just want to make it clear, this is just for accepting the funds. This is not a debate about where it's getting spent. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for that clarification. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 196-08-2021. So first, I'm going to call on Supervisor Powers, followed by Supervisor Fari, and then Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a question. Assuming that we vote yes to accept this funds, if we have ideas of where that should be how that should be spent, who does that go to? Do we just make a resolution for the whole county board? Is there a committee that's going to be looking at this, or who do we give ideas to?
You can certainly pass it along to the county executive. I know he's reviewing some things. Ultimately, the vote will come down to this county board,
Okay,
okay?
Thank you.
Just so you know, that the votes will come down to this county board, but you can certainly pass it along to myself or Executive Damel. You certainly can do that.
Thank
But
you.
it will be voted on at the county board ultimately. Please, Supervisor Shorsey.
Joel may want to clarify this, but on Finance Committee, one of the things we've asked of the staff and executive is that first, before we start looking at individual projects that might qualify, that we have a criteria and a way of setting priorities for requests once they're determined to be appropriate.
Yeah, and I do know that there was some discussion with the finance director and Executive Damel in regards to some form of criteria, actually. Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. And thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Vicki. I believe part of our fund balance currently includes COVID, should I use the term relief money, from the last funding source? If that is correct, what is that amount? How much of it did we not spend from the last allocation? Is that the correct term?
Okay. As far as the routes to recovery money, that was a reimbursement grant, so we spent that and got reimbursed for that.
Okay, so this is new money, there's no existing money, et cetera. Thank you.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari, and thank you, Director Fitzgerald. Next, we'll move to Supervisor Norton, followed by Supervisor Defferding. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it was my constituent who asked the question, Vicki, could you further explain number 4, provide premium pay for essential workers? And I believe she asked 6, a further definition of what replaced lost public sector revenue was. If you could explain that to her and to us.
Sure. First off, on May 10th, the U.S. Treasury came out with their interim final rule, meaning it's not finalized, but they did give some direction on what we can spend it on. And one was providing premium pay for essential workers. And this, in their interim final rule, they emphasized the need for recipients to prioritize premium pay for lower income workers. And they give a whole list of what it could include, such as staff at nursing home, hospitals, janitors, public health and safety staff, social services and human services staff. However, we may not go that direction as we have gone down that road before. So there are some rules on that, but it is just one of the categories that we can look at, and not saying that we're going to, but we will decide that with our prioritization. And then you also asked about lost public sector revenue. That is actually for any revenues that we as the county, as a government, would have lost. And they have us look for the next 3 years. We compared 2020 to 2019. We actually, in their calculations, we have to assume a 4.1% growth, which we haven't had in years. So in our current calculation, it looks like there is lost revenues for certain areas. However, again, we will have to prioritize and decide if we are going to claim that portion or not, or use that money elsewhere.
One last thing, Mr. Chairman, and this goes to the county executive, since he has to decide a lot of this. You know, the city of Oshkosh has had listening sessions about getting public input, what they would like to have the money spent on. And people have asked me, have we had that plan? And I said, well, it's up to you. If you have any plans of having even one general meeting or something meeting where you could get the people from the different parts of the county give their input, and that's my question that I have for you. And I've heard that from other people who asked me. Thank you.
Sure, I would say that we are listening to the municipal listening sessions. And that's kind of the job, as the county is listening to the other townships. but also for us to do one centrally wouldn't be really ideal for the rural part of the county. So when we do bring in these inputs, we're going to make it fair for everybody countywide, so that we don't have it pushed just in the city centers. But we are paying attention to the listening sessions of all the municipalities. But we're going to have criteria, and like I said, 2024 to allocate, 2026 to spend. We're going to take our time to make sure that we do this exactly right. We got one shot.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Thank you, Executive Damel. Next, we'll move to Supervisor Defferty. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot support this. I am probably going to vote against this. I think that these are funds that are typically for counties that lost revenue. And usually those counties that lost revenue, those are counties that may have had a sales tax at one point. And because of COVID-19, those sales took a hit. And so therefore the counties lost revenue because of that. Well, we don't have a sales tax. In fact, as from what I understood, we're actually sitting pretty good financially speaking. So, we were just talking about how we have a AA bond strength. So I think that this isn't really something that we should accept. It just kind of feels weird accepting $16 million, because there really is no lost revenue. I did mention before in regards to the public defenders and the district attorney's office seeing a big impact in their caseload backlog. And obviously that is something that we should certainly look at in our, but we can easily do that in our budget. We don't necessarily need to accept $16.7 million in order to do that. So we can just, add a little bit more to our budget. I don't necessarily think we need to accept this money for something like that. So furthermore, let's just be obvious here. We're seeing a big trend in inflation recently because the government is spending way too much. And it's inflating, the Federal Reserve is inflating way too much. It's spending more than what they actually have. And we're seeing that all around. We're seeing inflation jump by 5% in the last month. And that's just simply because they're just printing out credit, they're printing out money. If we're going to accept this money, then we're just kind of enabling that. So I think that, I really don't think that this is something that we should accept. This isn't really something for us to save it for the counties that actually did have a loss in revenue. That's not us, so I therefore yield.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferty. I'm going to call on our Finance Director, Vicki Fitzgerald, to provide some information.
I guess I first wanted to say that when the government decided to give us this money, they're giving us over $33.4 million, and they give it to us in two what they call tranches. And we got the first one already in May, so they just gave it to us and put it in our checking versus the routes to recovery monies were reimbursement grants that we would not get the money unless we applied for expenses that we incurred. So it is currently, it's something that when we report on it, we decide whether to give it back or spend it. And I believe I'll let Executive Damel talk about that.
Please go ahead, Executive Damel.
Yeah, I'd like to address a couple of those things. First of all, counties with sales tax did a lot better than we did. Sales tax, online sales actually drove them. Most of them had crazy amounts of increased revenue on their levies because of their sales tax. So it was actually very beneficial. Second, one of the things that this is for is not necessarily to make up lost sales, is to help us to better prepare for some of the things where we really lacked in this pandemic, such as we sheltered in place, and some people who don't have a homeless shelter couldn't shelter. These are things that will help us to address some of the things where we really lacked. Some of the infrastructure as far as broadband out to the rural areas where kids couldn't really adapt to school. We had the town of Wolf River. They couldn't do their Zoom meetings because anything over 20 people would totally wipe out their Zoom meeting. Now, it's not beneficial for an internet company to run fiber out to Black or Wolf River because there's not that many people here. So maybe we can use some of this money to pay for that fiber to get to an area where normally it wouldn't be beneficial for those. So on top of all that, I agree with you. The inflation is crazy. The spending is crazy. But I would rather bring this money away from Washington, D.C., and let the janitor or my favorite teacher decide how we're going to spend this in our county versus Ron Johnson or Tammy Baldwin. So if it was a typical world, I would say yes, we need to watch this spending. But I think that we have one shot to actually make our county better for the citizens that need it to be better with this.
Thank you, Executive Amo. Next, I'm going to call on Supervisor Cox. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox. If we could open up the mic for Supervisor Cox.
There we go. Vicki, isn't this one of these use it or lose it type of loans, or not loan, but a grant, or it's put in for us to use, but it has a sunset on it. And so at the end of that, we lose whatever we didn't use.
That is correct. We have till December 31st, 2024 to have all the funds committed. And then we have till 2026 to spend them. You know, so if we've already contracted or have a purchase order done by 2024, but if we don't use those funds, we would have to return them.
On top of that, we need to have a precise way of defining what we're going to use those funds for. And if we don't define it properly, we don't get to use it. So
that is correct. We have the different categories that I listed on the resolution, as well as, you know, we're going to prioritize what different areas of that we will be proposing to spend that on, and we will come before Personnel and Finance Committee with those plans, and then that would come before the board each time.
I think it's a good deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll go to a vote. We're going to attempt a voice vote here first. If there's not clarity, we'll do a roll call vote. But once again, this is resolution number 19608-2021 in regards to accepting the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds in the amount of $16,695,459. So we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. No. There's one no, and if on Zoom, if anyone's no, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. Okay, that motion carried. So moving on to the next item, that's resolution number 197-08-2021. Authorize an easement encroachment agreement between Winnebago County and We Energies. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Keller. If we could open up the mic for Supervisor Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of Resolution 19708-2021, and I need to make a technical amendment to it.
Please go ahead if you could make that.
Okay, I would like to amend line 10, about the middle of the sentence there, where it says replacing poles, comma, overhead wire. I would like to delete those 4 words. And in place of those 4 words, I would like to add installing. So, whereas the required work will require installing underground cables, transformers, and other equipment.
Very good. So there's a motion and a second to change on line 10 and replace the words replacing poles, overhead wire with one word, installing. Okay? We're going to do a voice vote on that amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Very good. That motion carries. So now we are on the motion with that amendment. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. It's resolution number 198-08, 2021. Authorize the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office to accept a coronavirus emergency supplemental funding grant from the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Law Enforcement Services in the amount of $148,800 and appropriate the funds for design to convert jail cells to quarantine isolation areas. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Wingren. If we could open up the mic for Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of Resolution 198, 2021. Unfortunately, on social media, this got muddled a little bit, so let me clarify again what's been clarified earlier by our county executive. This resolution has one intent only, that is to make the jail safer for the staff and safer for the inmates. It's for inmates, nobody else, just inmates.
Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Wingren. So there was a motion and a second to approve. I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
I just have a couple questions. How many cells are we converting to quarantine isolation?
Sheriff Motz is in the back.
Sure. It's a total of 64 cells. It's part of a larger project that the ARPA funds would be used for at a later date, but it would be a total of 64 cells. So what we're doing is we're taking out the wire mesh that has holes in it so that the particulate between the inmates, staff, and inmate to inmate would be reduced or eliminated, putting in correctional safety glass. So new arrivals are placed in these COVID observation areas. If they are vaccinated, and we confirm vaccination through a state immunization site, and they test negative on a rapid test, we move them into general population. If they're not immunized, we test them on 2 different occasions, and if they test negative, they're moved into general population. Then we are immunizing inmates that volunteer for immunization. We set up those things. And if I could make a comment about the social media, it did get way out of hand. People can go to our website. You send an email through our website, it comes directly to me. I will answer all of those questions. Don't follow anybody down a rabbit hole regardless of who you're following, because it will lead to misinformation and it will muddy it even more, regardless of who you're following.
Okay, so 64, and what is the capacity out there?
355 total.
Will that, do you, in your personal opinion as sheriff, do you believe if we do 64, that takes away from, can we use those for, you're not going to use them for prisoners, right?
Yes, we'd still be able to use them as normal cells.
Okay.
What this does is it just adds another additional ability to use them as COVID observation or reducing that exposure for staff and other inmates, regardless of whether they're in an observation status or they're in a general population status. They're more of a maximum type security cell, but still, and gives us better observation, like, because it's clear plexiglass. It's not the solid metal, not solid, but it has holes in it. So it gives us a better line of sight.
What I was leading to is that mean we're going to have to do an addition to the jail. I wouldn't think so under
No.
your watch. I would think that I can trust your statements. So Parkview has something similar going on with their residents, that we have a section that's set up for just isolation of people. So I understand that. So what do you think this is going to cost us to do this? Because that's probably going to come next, right?
Oh, sure. And again, it fits into, obviously it fits into the ARPA funds, because it fits into what this grant is, which is directly related to preparation for COVID and dealing with COVID. It's going to be about a $1.3 million project overall, so this will pay for $148,000 of it. Now, there could be additional grant funds coming forward that will offset even more of that as money's not used by other county jails for projects like this.
Or per se, we could use some of that 16 million.
Exactly.
And so then that would be
It fits directly in.
It fits into that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you Supervisor Gabbard, and thank you Sheriff Motz. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll go to a vote. Once again, we're on resolution number, oh, I apologize, I didn't see it. Supervisor Schellinger, please go ahead. And if you could open up the mic for Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question. So I understand, this helps mitigate sort of face-to-face. My question is, what happens to air that goes up? Does it get into the rest of the HVAC system, or are there any other mitigation efforts for just like general air other than sort of that face-to-face?
We do have 3 particular cells that are negative pressure cells that have their own ventilation system. Those are typically for TB-type patients or TB-type inmates, but this would just be part of the normal ventilation system. And I think I don't know that we've had that type of exposure with COVID going through ventilation systems. It's got its normal filter system.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you Supervisor Schellinger, and thank you Sheriff Motz. I see no other call-ins, so once again, we'll go to a voice vote. This is on resolution number 198-08-2021. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, that's resolution number 199-08-2021. Authorize a memorandum of understanding, MOU, that will provide cross-jurisdictional wireless emergency alerts using the Integrated Public Alert Warning System. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Shorsey. If we could open.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would move to approve Resolution 199-08-2021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 199-08-2021. We'll open it up for any discussion. I see one call, and I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to the sheriff, I believe, here, if he hasn't. But is there duplication of services here? Does the sheriff's department have the same ability that the emergency management department is requesting?
Mr. Chairman, if Eric Rasmussen, if we still have him,
Right.
he could answer that question.
Is Eric Rasmussen?
Sheriff's here.
Yes. So the notification systems are actually run by emergency management. We have the ability to use them. So in an emergency situation, we have the ability to send out iPause or any of the other alerts. Yes. So the answer is yes to that.
Okay, so all this would do is enhance their system, which you use.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's really not a duplication, it's an enhancement of the current system? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I can.
What
Emergency management is here. Just
what
want to
this
make
is
sure.
doing is allowing, right now, what we can do in emergency management, we can draw a polygon and let people know the area where it has to go. What this allows us to do is draw that polygon or the area where we want to cover into other counties. It gives us the permission.
Oh, to cross the border?
So yes, across jurisdictions.
Very good, thank you, thank you.
Very good.
Sorry.
All right. We got your question answered. Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. It's the last resolution on the second page. So it's resolution number 200-02-2021. Authorize the Winnebago County Emergency Management Department to accept a supplemental emergency management performance grant, EMPG, from Wisconsin Emergency Management in the amount of $26,975 and appropriate the funds to related other operating expenditures. I once again call on Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to authorize resolution number 200-08-2021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 200-02-2021. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, so we're on the top of the third page. It's resolution number 201-08, 2021. Authorize the Winnebago County Emergency Management Department to accept a Homeland Security Training and Exercise Grant from the Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs in the amount of $17,885 and appropriate the funds to provide training. I once again call on Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve Resolution 201-082021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 201-02, 2021. We'll open it up for any discussion. I see one call, and first I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is this just for the village of Fox Crossing, or is it being held at Fox Crossing and training is provided for other municipalities?
This particular grant is funding an additional exercise series that we are doing with the Village of Fox Crossing.
Thank you.
We provide training and exercising for various communities, and Fox Crossing had approached us and asked us to work with them on some exercising. We already had provided some of it, and then this grant opportunity came up, so that gave us the opportunity to extend the training.
How many other municipalities have already had this training? And I assume you're looking at all municipalities within the county?
Yes,
Okay.
we do. We did a very similar series with, this particular series is with the hazmat team and hazmat response in the Village of Fox Crossing. We did a very similar setup a couple of years ago with the city of Oshkosh.
Uh-huh.
We have done some training up in Neenah Menasha area as well. So it's something that we do routinely every year, but there aren't grants always available every year. So when there aren't grants available, we work the exercising into our regular budget.
Okay, my next question is how many towns have had this hazmat training?
The training themselves are different. So it's all different kind of planning for different events, whether it be a tornado or a chemical spill or so what we do is they're not often when they come about, so we are rotating them out. However, we do provide a lot of town trainings where we invite them in. And one thing maybe you can help us with is get a better response to that. We don't get a lot of response when we do those for them to come in, kind of like storm prep, which would have been helpful. But we do consider them quite a bit, and we do offer quite a bit of training for our rural areas.
Okay, well, this is just specific to Fox Crossing, so I assume.
Correct.
At a later date or something that will be offered to the towns. That's what I'm concerned about.
What they do is they base an emergency situation, and then they do a training based on a live action training kind of what that would be. And Eric and Emergency Management does a great job of make sure that we rotate that so it's not always in the same place.
And
Okay, good.
just to clarify as well, the training that takes place, even though the training is with the first responders in the Village of Fox Crossing right now, it includes the hazmat team that is based in the city of Oshkosh, and which we contract for coverage in the entire county. So the hazmat training and the hazmat team will be benefiting the entire county.
So Supervisor Shorsey wanted to add some information to clarify or answer that?
Yes, I would, please. The system in the past, and we've discussed this, the system in the past has been, we have to have a request from the municipality. And Eric has on his to-do list now, we're going to set up more of a proactive system where we actually contact the township, on a regular basis, the municipalities on a regular basis, to make sure, because some are better than others at getting scheduled for training and requesting it, so it will be more proactive going forward.
And them funds will be coming out of the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and grant,
So this
whatever
is kind of
grants
a
are out there.
special grant situation just for that municipality?
This happened to be a grant available, and Fox Crossing was a priority right now.
Okay, let's hope that priority expands in the future. Thank you.
Thank you Supervisor Shorsey, and thank you Supervisor Fari as well. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Thank you. All right, very good. Moving on down to the next resolution. Resolution number 202-02, 2021, amending the table of organization for the Human Services Department Administrative Services Division. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen. If we could open up the mic for Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution number 20208, 2021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 202-02, 2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. We got 3 resolutions to go. The next one is resolution number 203-02, 2021. Request authority to accept funds for maintenance of county-owned and leased snowmobile trails from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Konetsky. And I'll call on Supervisor Binder on Zoom.
I'll move resolution 203-808, 2021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 203-08, 2021. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Next resolution is resolution number 204-08, 2021. Support the Commitment to Veteran Support and Outreach Act. I know we were originally going to have Supervisor Warnke, but I don't believe he's on. Supervisor Warnke, are you on? No, we'll move to Supervisor Snyder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Snyder. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution 204-82021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 204-08, 2021. We'll open it up for any discussion.
Yeah.
Supervisor Snyder, please go ahead.
Anticipating a question as to where is the committee vote. It may not be a funny story, but it's a story. Jeff Buchholz and I walked out of our budget meeting with John on a Friday, and we were discussing it, and it was on a Friday, and our meeting was Monday, so I thought he was going to amend the agenda, and he thought I was going to amend the agenda, so it didn't get on. But I can guarantee you it would have been unanimous. This is essentially the same resolution that we passed last fall, but if you remember, it didn't get out of committee, and I explained that before in Washington. It didn't get out of committee because there was some confusion as to whether it was a veterans health issue or a support for county veteran service officers. So the support, or the language has been modified, and we essentially in this resolution just changed the numbers and the dates. So.
And when you said it didn't get out of committee, you mean it didn't get out of committee in Congress?
In Congress, yes.
Just so everyone's clear.
You all were furnished with, as well as the resolution itself, the many and varied support letters that accompanied it. Andy Miller, who is the president of CVSO Association of Wisconsin, the release from NACO, from Matt Chase, the policy brief, which is pretty extensive, and it covers it pretty much, and then the release of the bill itself from Baldwin and Sullivan. And I hate to say it, but I'm quoted in there as well. So this is something I've been working on with I want to make it clear, our former CVSO, Joe Wallach, actually made the first contact with Senator Baldwin's office, and we've been carrying water for each other ever since. It's time we do this. As I mentioned before, it'll provide $50 million a year for 5 years to roughly find guys like me and get us help before we commit suicide. So, among other things, but that's the important. We're still losing about 22 veterans a day, and of those, 14 are not known to our CVSOs. So that's what we got to do. We got to dig them out, find them, and get them help before they do the deed. So that's why I'm asking your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Schneider. I see one calling. I'll call on Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a housekeeping need on page 2. The approval date for the county executive is 2020.
You are certainly correct. We'll have to change that to 2021. Absolutely, Supervisor Eisen. So we will make that change to 2021. Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Very good. Any other call-ins? I don't see any, so we'll go to a voice vote. Once again, this is on resolution number 204-08, 2021. Support the commitment to veterans, support and outreach, otherwise known as the CVSO Act. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the final resolution this evening. That's resolution number 205-08, 2021, proclaiming August 2021 to be Fair Housing Month in Winnebago County. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Keller. And if we could open up the mic for Supervisor Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of Resolution 205-08, 2021.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 205-08, 2021. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. So that concludes our business items for this agenda. So before we adjourn, I once again want to thank the parks, the facilities, the Sheriff's Department for being here all this time this evening, the county clerk for all the assistance that they provide coordinating these meetings. They do an unbelievable job coordinating this. And then certainly want to thank Lighthouse Productions for all their assistance again tonight. I thought it went quite smoothly, so greatly appreciate that very much. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn from Supervisor Albrecht. There's a motion and a second to adjourn until September 14th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a safe trip home.